Alright, so we're back. And we just did, if I recall correctly, which for whatever reason, not recalling all that well, but yeah, okay, we had what was possibly the single stupidest mission we've ever seen. It was a relatively minor one at that, so for the most part, we kind of just laughed it off. But we also did some loyalty missions, including Jaws, which featured us seemingly resolving the conflict with at least Axul, if not the Rokar on the whole, which is a pretty big deal. And then was it last time that we did Korra's as well, where we also rescued the Asari Ark and basically had to choose the new Pathfinder? Or was it the time before? I don't know, it's starting to blur together, man. Once again, did the gold missions this past week. So we have a bunch of gold boxes, and it seems like the research boxes are always bronze, even if I've only done gold missions, I promise you that. So, yeah, we'll go for this then. See what we get out of it. Fair bit of resources, fair bit of Ezo. Dawn, shotgun. I think in general, yeah, it always goes in this order, right? It's primarily resources, then credits, and then we did see some items there, but I think usually the brunt of the items come at the end like this, yeah. Okay. Now, perhaps we take a quick moment. Well, actually, let's go to the shop and we'll sell stuff that we don't particularly feel like we need. Hurricane. This is not the one that we currently have equipped, I assume. So this does not appear to be modded. So we can do that. Did not pick up a new assault rifle, although we haven't really tried this before. So I'm still a little curious to hold on to that. Crusader is fantastic, at least in previous games. But, alright, we need to acknowledge that it is new first. Get rid of the exclamation point. Don't really think we need to be holding on to many extra sniper rifles. But we probably don't need this many extra Asari swords. I know a little while back, we had a lower level version equipped, and we wanted to switch over to the one level higher version. I don't remember if we actually did do that. Maybe we'll hold on to one level 7 version just in case. Alright, and how are we doing from an item limit standpoint? We're about to dump a few more, so I'm not really sure we need to be super concerned about this at the moment. Although these are very clearly identical, so we can probably sell that. And probably hold on to this rather than that. Well, this is technically one level higher. Yeah, okay. That should do. Yeah, another duplicate here. Sure, we'll dump that. This. In general, I don't really think we're trying to do much in the way of melee things, so we can probably sell both of those. And then for snipers... Go for the one that has no downsides, probably. Sell all that. Sell all our salvage as well. I guess we didn't have too much of that. But, okay. And that... Although it wasn't that much stuff that we sold, we're far enough along the game that things that we are selling are reasonably valuable, so that's still, I think, somewhat significant. But as for what we actually have planned here for today, I think what we ought to do is... Let's take a look here at our journal. And what we did, this was the really silly quest. Place an outpost to attract ZK Tracker satellite. I don't remember specifically where that is. I mean, it says it's on hold. We'll locate Dr. Kennedy on Vold. Okay. Oh yeah, no, that was one that on hold component is checked off for some reason, so I don't know what to make of that. But we do have Drax, technically not yet loyalty mission, but what leads up to Drax loyalty mission. I'm thinking we're probably gonna target this, and perhaps PBs as well, which... Oh, also technically does not say loyalty mission at the moment. I had thought that it did, but I think in both cases, these will presumably lead us to the loyalty missions pretty soon. And then... I don't remember this very well. I think... Basically, at this point, we're looking at wrapping up any remaining loyalty missions, and sure, there are still some missions that have people's names on them, but if it's for someone like Core, who we have already done the loyalty mission for, not feeling as if this is as much of at least an immediate term concern. But once we've done at least Drac and PB's loyalty missions, which I think are the only two that we have left, then we might be looking to head back to the Nexus to, do a whole bunch of things, I'm sure, because we haven't been there for a very long time at this point, and I'm sure we have a bunch of people to talk to, either to turn in quests or learn of new quests. But that includes the main quest here, which we suspect will send us back to EOS very soon as well, and maybe that means we go and do other quests on EOS then. We've done almost everything on EOS. But I think we're going perhaps Kadara first for Drac. Because that is one of the ones that I think takes a fair bit of setup, since it is not technically his loyalty mission yet. Ah, it's over here. No, it was on the left side. But yeah, I think Kadara might even be the planet that we have the most general exploration / side quests remaining on. Because I know a little while ago, we had gone there and we were intending to make it a very quick trip, but then we happened to stick around a little bit and it turned into a very extended stay in which we ended up doing a whole bunch of exploration and side quests. However, I think we still have one side of the planet that remains largely unexplored. So, there may be new quests that we still don't know about over there.
Now orbiting Kadara.
Let's see, that list is reasonably long. Let's see, so Nakmor Drac, that's the primary thing we're looking at here, but point being that this, similarly to perhaps our last trip to Kadara, might still lead to us hanging around a little bit and checking off a few more of those. And at this point, it also seems like we've confirmed that there, or at least highly suspect, that there is going to be an Architect fight on every planet. I don't remember that Scourge being so close to Kadara, nor the supermassive black hole. But we have, done it on Eos. We did the Architect, and even before that, we actually did Eladin, even though that's probably the reverse order. That was very startling, how quickly we loaded in from that angle, but...
Ryder.
Oh, do you have something particular to talk to us about?
10 months ago. If people knew it was possible to build a life here, maybe the uprising wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that they were able to do this so quickly and efficiently, seemingly, and it kind of completely negates, or at least undermines the value of having a Pathfinder in the first place if they can do all this stuff without us, but alas. We've talked about that a lot.
For those crates, fragile stuff.
I swear I didn't touch anything.
I swear I didn't bump into anything.
Wait, what?
Oh, I know. Just in case you wanted to take a seat or something.
You think I'd break stuff if I sat down? What are you saying about my weight?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me, Ryder.
Okay. That seemed a little flirtatious. Of course, Vetra is the person we are trying to pursue a relationship with. But I think it's been a little while since we were last in Kadara Port. So yeah, there actually is someone right there we can speak to for a quest. I don't really know there's going to be much of anything new at the shops. I can't tell you when the last time we actually went up to the observation deck was. I kind of completely forgot that that was the thing.
Did you find Remy? No, not yet.
Apparently not.
Screwed.
I can't say that I really remember what the deal is there, but who is the specific person here that we're supposed to speak to about a quest who theoretically was right in front of us, who I'm currently not seeing them? Colt Dalton. Okay. We walked right past him.
Need something?
Yes. This Legenda person who I remember nothing about, but apparently we're looking for them.
I was told you could help me find an Angara named Lieta.
Lieta.
No can do.
Why not?
I was generously compensated to keep my mouth shut. I'm a man of my word. I'm sure you understand.
Did she pay you to stay quiet, or did someone else?
Why would she pay you to cover her trail?
Not my job to ask questions. She wouldn't have told me anyway. We weren't exactly friends, but she treated me like a stranger the day she left. I shouldn't be telling you this. Pretend I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're giving us a little more details there.
Hey, I'm a good friend to have. You help me, and I'll help you.
Go on.
I can bend Sloane's ear. That's worth more than credits.
Sold. I can't tell you where she went. I can't stop you from taking a peek at my doc records either. Especially if you knew the passcode is 1837.
1837?
Got it. Thanks.
I don't know what you mean.
Alright, I like how we also didn't specifically say how we would actually help this person with Sloane.
Thanks for your time.
We just said that we theoretically could.
Back to work.
1837? View the doc records, which I assume is here? Was it that? No? Does that mean it's upstairs? No, it appears to be down below. Okay. Where's this? No, that says that it's up. Where is this? When I'm down below, it says that it's up. When I'm up, it says that it's down below. Oh, because it's right there.
Jarl, the records say Lieta went to Aya for recovery. She was injured.
It must have been bad if she was sent to Aya.
What happened on Eladin?
There's a resistance med center on Aya. That's where we'll find answers.
Okay. Now, I will be honest with you, I don't remember who Lieta is at all. So the significance of this conversation is kind of lost on me. Also, I just remembered that it takes approximately 1 eternity to open up any of the doors here, which has immediately made me hesitant to actually go through any of them. Can we make it through here if we go this way without going to... No, we still have to go through a door. Darn. There's no avoiding them, I'm afraid. Okay. So that doesn't seem like something we're about to... wait. Can we learn more about this, though? A new Tuchanka Krogan named Rorik is concerned about his Angaran friend Lieta, who disappeared some time ago. Track Lieta down and give her Rorik's gift. Okay. Again, I don't really remember. Huh. Check the news at Paradise is a weird thing to have to do, but okay. But we're on Kadara, and this is probably the thing that we'd focus on. This is strange. The list here is way shorter than the list that we saw when we were about to enter the planet. Outcast recruit named Grayson Wessler wrongly banished Remy Tamayo to the Badlands. You've agreed to help track Remy down before Cadis finds out about Grayson's mistakes. Is that the person we were just talking to? I think it might have been. Old Skinner. A group of settlers have created a cult to worship a massive machine they call Old Skinner. Their leader, Bishop, left to pay tribute to, in Corinth's Valley, but has not returned. Okay. Trainee named Thracia sold you the waypoint for a weapons cache stolen from the Nexus. Okay. Exile named Dirk Nowitzki hired you to check in on a missing surveyor who was collecting barite samples in Drawler. Okay. Theoretically, those are the things here. Take a quick look. See if there happens to be anything new in the more interior area and or up above here. Where, as I said, no. Oh, I vaguely remember that we were instructed to scan here in the past, and I had no clue what the game wanted me to scan. And we spent some time doing it as well. Or at least trying to determine what it was all about. That. The pillar. PB. I don't know, we should probably talk to her, though.
We don't know each other.
Oh? Is that so now?
Hey, Ryder. Since you made nice with the powers that be here, I'm fielding a lot less animosity from the average outlaw.
That sounds good, but it sort of implies that you're misbehaving.
How much animosity are you dishing out?
Oh, you know me. If I don't get into scrapes here and there, I get antsy.
Okay, not really the answer that I was hoping you'd give. Is this just going to take us to exactly the same spot that we were before, in which case I don't really want to have to go through this door? Yes it is. No! Don't make, no! Don't make me do it! Oh. Mistakes were made. Open sesame? Alright. That's a little better. Now we're back. We're gonna get that little blinkety blink. Is it this? Way up here? Oh, it's, I bet it's that. Come on. But we don't have the angle to scan it in the first place. Or that thing above that is too far away for us to scan anyway. Alright, I don't know what it's all about. Is there anyone new here for us to speak with? Should probably check in with Sloan, dare I say. Oh, hey Joel, what's up?
I've been keeping this to myself, but I feel the need to be honest. I hate it here.
Excuse me? Shut up? Wow, that's extremely rude. I'm kind of curious to see what direction this goes in, just because I doubt the Ryder would actually be that rude, but no, we won't.
You complain every time we dock here. Why don't you wait on the ship?
I'm afraid of missing out.
Okay. FOMO. Fair enough.
Someone's really up security. She's paranoid after that shit with the charlatan. You mean Reyes Vidal? Whatever.
I don't think we've been back here since the whole... Have we been back here since we identified who the charlatan was, Reyes? I don't know. I don't really care about the mods, but if you have any consumables, I might be interested in those. You have snacks? Wait, we need those for a quest? I totally remembered that. It's definitely not a coincidence that I just happened to see those and realized that we technically do need to purchase them.
If Sloan wants to renegotiate our deal, she can talk to me herself. Always be prepared.
Okay, well... I don't like your stuff. So maybe I will choose not to be prepared with your things, at the very least.
Wait, where's Tara? Hi there.
Black Widow, Hurricane, I mean... Oh, I don't remember ever seeing this before. It looks a whole lot like a Matic. It's level 1 as well? What is this thing? Huh? Sleek L89 Halberd favors power and precision. Semi-automatic rifle was the Andromeda Initiative's attempt to make a weapon on par with a reliable Matic. Okay, yes. That also used Initiative breakthroughs in material science. Only a few were made, but their effectiveness in the field is unquestioned. It's a level 1. For a actual level 7 that I might consider picking up just for the sake of experimenting a little bit with it, out of curiosity, but don't think that makes much sense in this case. Oh, hello, Cora.
You're not on Nomad guard duty?
No need. Words got around. Wonder how Sloan will crack down on the collective.
Got a grudge now? She'll target Reyes? Probably she'll target Reyes.
She'll hunt Reyes down right away.
Can't say I like either of them. I like Sloan less, but better the devil you know.
I do also like Reyes more. The fact that we can talk to you, but I don't remember who you are, suggests that this might be important.
You okay?
None of your business, Enard.
I don't remember what that means, but I assume it was not a nice thing to say to us.
Whoa, sorry. Just wanted to help.
Your kind never just offers something. There's always a price.
Living under Sloan, I can see why you'd think that. But we're not all the same.
You do look different from the others. Cleaner.
Ouch.
So what's troubling you?
My sister, Morga, works the pipes. Makes sure the port has filtered water. But she's been missing for 3 days.
That's not good.
Is Morga's line of work dangerous?
It can be. Kadara's water is highly acidic.
True.
Fixing a leaky pipe could result in major burns. But no one knows Kadara's filtration system like Morga.
Okay, so has she been doing anything out of the ordinary?
Is it unlike your sister not to check in?
Extremely. We're all that's left of our family. The rest were murdered when the Ket invaded Kadara.
Oh, ouch. Okay, I mean, we can certainly look for her.
I'll keep an eye out for your sister.
Thank you.
Alright.
Pathfinder, we could use the grates to scan the pipes at a safe distance.
Ah, okay, that's what I mean. Perhaps there is something that we can do to help these people out. Those who we had not previously talked to. Right, so yes, we can certainly do that, but maybe before we start going on another little adventure here, we check in with Sloan and or others in this area to see if they have anything new of interest to us. Or possibly even head back to the slums area. So I kind of forgot about that spot, to be honest with you. That was once upon a time one of the main places where we ran into Reyes, but of course that's probably not going to be the case much anymore, unless he wants to make a dramatic reappearance, as we did technically spare him.
Come on in.
Don't mind if I do. Alright, Sloan.
Yeah?
Alright, goodbye, Sloan.
I'll let you get back to it.
Good.
Great conversation. Won't make it any longer than I have to. Also, this is the only door that has the normal amount of time to open it in this entire planet. I forget, is that also the case for other buildings when you're actually out and about? Excuse me? Oh, I thought that didn't open for a second.
Something smells tasty.
Yeah, just making sure that is not someone we can speak to, but alright. I suppose we can track down the pipe stuff. Oh, is this just going to tell us to go to the slums? Probably, as I said. I think that it's been quite some time since we were last there, so perhaps there may be additional things for us to do. New quests to pick up and what have you.
Not selling anything.
Let's go slums. Okay, which does technically mean we should kit up here. And yes, we did have the highest level version of the Asari sword, so that's fine. Okay. I think we're good here. Oh, well, we should think about who we're bringing with us. We should probably bring Drac, since he is the primary reason why we're here, is to do his quest, and presumably we'll need to bring him. Then, as for who we bring with Drac, perhaps we use someone who we've recently completed the loyalty mission of, which could be Jal, Cora, or Vetra. Generally, of those three, Vetra is the one that we are most keen to use, as she is least likely to get herself killed. So, sure, we'll run with that. Watch as soon as we load in, Reyes ambush us. There is an invisible something in front of us, apparently. Swear I could not walk forward for a second there. Okay. So... Apparently the pipes are not over here. I assumed they would have been in the slums area, but maybe they're actually out in the wild. Either way, I think it is still worth taking some time to see if there are other people in and around here who might wish to speak with us. Obviously, we're pretty thorough in the past doing this, but woo. But much time has passed, so perhaps things have changed.
You again?
Nope, apparently it is time to go.
I better get going.
Watch yourself out there.
Alright, will do. He says as he nearly walks off the edge. I mean... we're fine, right? Doctor is now at the actual settlement. The outpost. Yeah. Okay, looks like no one to speak to here, but maybe in the actual bar? Or here. But perhaps not. Sound like predator noises for a second there.
Someone hit the lab. We've got no product, and the formula's gone.
But who could... The charlatan.
Maybe. Sloane's furious. I didn't ask questions.
Reyes back causing some trouble. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just going into the bar. At this point, that is absolutely predator, and you can't tell me otherwise. Okay, so is there anyone new to speak with here? I mean, perhaps not, but as I said, it just feels like it's been long enough since we were last here that it's at least worth checking. That's Dirk Nowitzki, which was a name that came up. I think we're looking for this guy.
Not yet.
Oh no, you're the person who asked us to find someone. Okay, never mind. Huh? Hello?
Welcome back. Get you a drink?
You're the bartender. Seeing you behind bars like this was a little confusing and made me think that you were not an employee of this area.
Actually, I was hoping to chat.
The less financially satisfying part of my job.
Oh, okay, apparently we can learn more about Sloane.
Things better with the collective gone?
You kidding? I lost my best customer.
That is probably true.
But the man knew how to drink, and he paid well.
Yeah, that checks out.
You knew he was the charlatan?
Could ask you the same question. You visited him enough.
Guess we were both duped. I'll let you get back to it.
Never enough drinks to pour.
Okay. We can dance if we want to. And we can leave those friends behind. But, you see, I think we just want to skedaddle. Maybe check if there's anything new in here, although there aren't too many people here, and I think we kind of already did some stuff for you in the past.
I went and did it. Made life all nice and cozy for the crazies. Where am I supposed to put them now?
Keep your mouth shut.
So I think we are now just well and truly on the move, and we should get out the Nomad. Okay. So let's see where exactly we are supposed to... Wait, what? What happened to... No, not Eladin. Kadara. What about the whole... water one? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Is it under a totally different category? For some reason? I also have no idea where this is. But that sounds significant. We're actually very close to finishing the plants one, for what it's worth. I'm actually kind of curious what planet has the last one. It might very well be Kadara, perhaps on the eastern side, which I think is the section that we've not really explored much. Oh. That's interesting. I'm surprised we haven't done all those, because we explored Havarl pretty thoroughly, and I assume this is basically, you know, the run around, and you'll occasionally run into outposts that have, in this case, Rokar, or in other planets, other generic-ish types of enemies, and occasionally they'll have some kind of quest-ish item that you have to collect multiple copies of. It's basically been something that has happened in some way, shape, or form on just about every planet, so I'm surprised that we did not do enough on Havarl to make that happen. Oh, that one's just come back to the Nexus. I don't know where this is. Wildlife. I have no recollection of this. I mean, we have the whole plants and minerals one, but I did not remember there being one for actual animals. Like that. This is the one that... naturally the one at the bottom. And it's probably back... probably back in the actual slums, and or the main Kadara port section. Can we jump over this? Yes. Yeah, you're gonna tell us to go back, aren't you? That kinda stinks. Alright, we should do it. We should do it, because otherwise we're gonna end up heading back to the outskirts of Kadara, and it's gonna be a pain to circle back here. And this might eventually take us outside, so we ought to do this now. But I think I thought this was still active, this quest, when in fact it must have been something else instead, which... eh? Whoa, that doesn't look good.
Vitals are negative, Pathfinder.
Dead for 3 days. Fits the timeline. Better tell the sister.
Cause of death, severe chemical burns. Since rigor mortis has already elapsed, she's likely been dead for at least 3 days. Yikes. I mean, it was quick, but definitely not good news.
Stay safe, Ryder.
You're back.
I found a body trapped beneath the pipes. I think it might be Morga.
I told her not to work alone.
Can we help? I'm not really sure how we're helping at this stage, but...
Will you be alright?
I'll survive. I always do. Thank you.
Okay. Very quick one. A little bit of experience. Also, she was very quick to brush that one off. Like it was no big deal that she just lost her sister. It's like, oh, don't worry about it. I always bounce back from these kinds of things. Yeah, I've lost my other sister just last week, and my other sister the week before that. And yeah, you know, the rest of my family actually to very similar circumstances. So yeah, I'm just kind of used to it at this point. It's no big deal, really. Okay, so yeah, let's go slums. And now we should be totally fine in this regard. But now we'll actually head out and do some of those other quests. Most importantly, the one for Drac, although it's probably worth, once we actually get out and can see the full-blown map, seeing if there's anything in that same general area, or if doing other things on Kadara would necessitate going in the opposite direction, which I think may end up being the case, because let's get the Nomad out here, but then we'll take a peek. Let's see. So, oh, we should, hold on. Let's activate the mission in question here. Oh. The list is shorter than I expected it to be. So investigate Spender's Kadara connection. So this was the whole one where it was Spender, who was an assistant of Addison's, who was up to some questionable things. I don't remember specifically what exactly those things were, but find him, talk to Kesh about him, speak with Kandros, review Nexus security footage, to basically catch him in the act, confront Spender about security footage, locate the planet mentioned in security footage. Oh yeah, he just mentioned in what was basically an audio recording some planet that we at the time had never heard of, or at least he alluded to a planet that we'd never heard of before. But now, obviously, we know that this place exists. So yeah, it would be way over in the western corner, whereas what I was saying was that we have basically done nothing on the eastern side, or certainly at least northeastern side of Kadara. So it very much is the opposite end of the planet. On the other hand, we do have fast travel spots, of course. There's actually a ton of stuff in this northwestern corner. Maybe most of it's relatively minor things, although search for Bishop might be kind of important. It's at least not one of the relatively minor generic quests to, you know, track down a bazillion new minerals and what have you. We also have not been here since we got the new hidden caches. But yeah, we could fast travel. Like, this would be the place we'd go to for that. And for that. Okay. So yeah, I think... Oh. That's in a totally different area. Outlaws set the collective and outcasts against each other in order to steal supply caches. Alright, so I think... Closest fast travel spot is actually our settlements. I guess we haven't really ventured much beyond that, I'm realizing. So I guess we go there. It might make sense for us to... actually fast travel here and do this first, since it is kind of in this general area, and then we're only going to get further away as we go over to that stuff. If we're going to travel close to this spot, we might as well go to the actual spot that has a quest right next to it. This one seems pretty significant. At least... Oh, that's... Is this the spot that is always... that we fast traveled to like a bazillion times and always has enemies respawning here? And every time they do, we talk about how theoretically it's a source of infinite experience? Absolutely. Hello, friends. And our cloak is pretty darn long at this point. Excuse me, sir, please do not do that. A whopping 70 experience. Now imagine reloading that specific waypoint, fast travel spot, over and over again for, I don't know, 3 hours? 4 hours? Fighting those 2 or so enemies. I think sometimes we've seen more have spawned in the past, but using that specifically just to to get as much experience as you can. Now, this place also bothers me because every time we walk over here, it also bugs us about there being stuff that we can mine. But they also totally lied to us about that. Okay, let's actually head over here, though. Basically, the opposite direction from where we were just going. Oh, no, you say it's depleted. Okay. Well, that's why nothing was popping up. You just get rid of the mining node on our minimap, then? I guess Sam didn't actually bug us about it, so that's an improvement. Does the water have any level of hazard at this point? Anywhere on the planet? Or is it universally now completely safe?
We're nearing the exchange point specified in the Outlaw's datapad.
Oh. Okay, it is right here. So, something about collective and outcast fighting each other, which this would be the first quest that we have done regarding either the outcast or collective since we had the whole falling out with Reyes, I think. So, we did spare Reyes, so I kind of do want him to make a reappearance. As I said at the time, and I think recently as well, I did generally like Reyes more than I liked Sloane. So, in hindsight, that's totally in mine. Drac, please don't step there. Proximity trigger movement and vibration sensor, explosive output, 5 megajoules. Now, I'll be honest, I don't usually work in joules, so don't have a great sense as to how big that really is. Obviously, mega, so it's times, or 10 to the 6th, so that's probably still pretty big. Anti-personnel, anti-vehicle, area of denial, explosive device planted by the cats to obliterate enemies within range. Can we shoot it from afar? Yes. Are there more of them? I'm surprised that it said cat, because at least the description certainly mentioned outcast and collective, and then it seemed like the third party who was trying to take advantage of them was, I'd kind of just assumed, not a cat, but perhaps that assumption was wrong. I was totally expecting us to jump straight on top of another mine, despite our efforts to scan in advance. Oh, well, I heard one, but I don't see it. Which is a little concerning. Kind of assuming it's sort of a one-shot kill kind of situation. You step on one of those things and you are absolutely gonzo. I mean, there's definitely some dead people over there, which are probably important things for us to scan, but where was that mine? Famous last words, of course. Where was that mine again? Not even letting us scan them. Very suspicious. Stop beeping at me! Where are you? Making me paranoid. Where's the mine? They were pretty small. Now I'm also tempted to just wildly send our squad mates running over this entire area to see if they'll blow it up for us. So, I mean, they'll be fine, right? But we won't.
On my way.
Hey, Vetra. How's it going?
Heading over.
How are you, Drac? He casually walks into the explosive container. Wasn't a mine, though.
Shit. Guess it turned out exactly like the outlaw said it would.
Not quite. I'm guessing that's him by the loot.
Pathfinder, there's an additional datapad here.
Okay. Unfortunately, the mine is kind of loud. Mines, So that would hopefully mean that if we're about to step on one, that we will learn of that before we die. Okay, we got experience from walking forward very slowly. Sure, we'll take it. Message from, or for, Naris, or Narise. Naris. I screwed up. Waited till they finished shooting. Then came out of hiding. The loot was there, babe. Ready and waiting for us. I got distracted. Didn't see one of the outcasts was still alive. Managed to put her down, but not before she got a shot in where it matters. I'm not gonna make it. Bet you're already on Eladin now. Wish I could have made it there with you. I'm sorry. I love...
So his plan didn't work out after all.
These caches contain valuable resources, Pathfinder. I suggest repurposing them for the initiative.
Oh.
At least some good will come from this.
I think he was just gonna say that he loves green eggs and ham. Actually. Where is the mine? It totally sounded like it was coming from over here. What the heck? Also, how do we repurpose these things for the initiative? Do we actually need... Whoa! To do anything to make that happen? I mean, it's over there. Ah, I found it. Oh, I did not think that was going to be close enough to set it off, but I guess that works. Seeing as how we technically walked further away from it to trigger it, but okay. So yeah, do we need to do anything to make it all initiative-y? Oh. This place is an absolute minefield. Oh, well, we can scan that. Or at least could for a second. I really don't want to have to walk closer to this thing. I mean, it's a pretty generic crawler. Hey, mines. Is that it? That's it. I know you're over there. Please actually get destroyed. Thank you. Oh. That set off another mine or just an explosive container of some variety? Alright, I mean, I don't actually know if we need to blow all this stuff up. We probably don't. So are we technically done with that quest? I mean, we do have a new exclamation point here. Although that was probably the case previously. It's not as if we check this all that often. Architect on Eladin, certainly done that. Probably a bazillion things here. Yeah. But at this point, I feel like we've gone through most of it. It's worth checking. Worth checking things off. Don't remember that. Hidden Wraith? Oh, I do now. Yes. That is not it. That's definitely not it either. There were mines here, but not explosive containers. I remember that. Bit of a trip down memory lane, I suppose. The charlatan. Collectives on the run after the charlatan's plan to assassinate Sloan was foiled. During a duel for Kedarchitect, the search for the imposter was called off. Alright, well that is everything. Checked off now. It was the bottom task. Was it the bottom task here? I think we're done. I don't think there's any additional follow-up. And we could go and get this very remote hidden cache, but I don't really think that's worth it. I think it is probably better to just either fast travel here and pick up that cache and see if there's anything that happens to be going on at the settlement, or we just drive our way over to the next area where we do have the next big mission that we want to do, because it looks like... Oh. Well, there are more mines. And there is the confirmation that we were looking for. Hello, mines. Where are you? Where are you? I mean, theoretically, if we retrace our steps, we should be fine, right? Theoretically, if we stay on top of this thing, we should be fine, right? Where did we park the Nomad? Over here? Immediately lands on a mine. Instant KO. Now, let's get out of here. We are heading dead west, pretty much, slightly south. I think we can pretty much just follow the path. Can't
Looks
we?
like those exiles stole tech from the port. We should be careful.
These exiles? Are there exiles here? This place does look pretty built up. But whoa, what? What's this? Did we see this before? I mean, Little Mouse is important, but I would have thought we'd seen this before. Been on the run for 2 weeks. Every time I stop somewhere to rest, tragedy finds me. First, my crawler died. Then the worm nearly tore me apart. Last night, I was almost skinned alive by Ataxia's gang. I can't stay anywhere more than a few hours. Is it true? Did Little Mouse really curse me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm escaping to the only place I know he and his people won't find me. Wish me luck. Yeah, the fact that that didn't... Oh, well, okay. Nothing popped up after reading it, which suggests that that was not important / necessary for the whole Little Mouse quest. On the other hand, we were no longer able to examine it after we had read it, which kind of suggests that it's a one-time deal, and therefore the fact that we could read it in the first place implies that we had not done so before, and so presumably that was actually kind of important. I mean, sure. Varen's Scalp. Lovely name. Actually, a lot of enemies here when you consider all these robot dudes as well. Oh, you are not a friend. Hello. That's a lot of experience for taking out the outcasts. Even though it seems like there are far fewer than there are of the remnants. Really? Who went down? PB did? PB? Wasn't even anyone over there. The heck? Oh, we apparently have not been here before? Because there's a container here that we presumably would have opened? This surprises me. Is PB back up? Or rather, Cora. Not Cora. Vetra! Third time's the charm. It's not like she's our significant other. Oh. But we've scanned that? That's weird. We've looted that. That suggests that we were here before. And we did most of the things, but for some reason did not pick up that one container. That does seem odd. Alright, well anyways, let's at least head back into the Nomad. That was probably something we interacted with for a quest-related task of some variety. And I do hear all those gunshots over there, which also intrigue me to a certain extent. On the other hand, that is in the wrong direction. In fact, we've gone completely in the wrong direction, to the point where it may now be worth fast traveling here. It probably is. Oops. I mean, it looked like it was a somewhat significant place that we'd possibly never been to before. I totally thought we were facing the other direction. There is the cache there. Is it worth picking it up? I mean, I guess we can. I suppose we can do that. It's on the other side, though. Boy, does this place look familiar. Oh, and I thought we were about to have history repeat itself. What are you talking about, Lids? Oh, you know. Oh, you know. You know exactly what I'm referring to. Don't act like you don't know. Are we immediately going to do the thing that we were not able to do before? Also, I have no idea why we just got 352 experience. Now I'm immediately tempted to try to do the thing that we could not do before. Alright, but we shouldn't. Where exactly is the... Oh. Is it in the middle of the lake? It is, isn't it? We're getting what the heck? We're just getting 352 experience in regular intervals here? For reasons unknown to me? I mean, I'll take it. Not entirely sure what's triggering it. Where's the cache relative to... Whoa. Us now? To our left? Can we... Yes. Huh? Is it up there? Oh, well, apparently we haven't gotten this yet. You telling me we need to platform our way around this? Can we actually swim? Oh, it is here. Huh? Although we're not allowed to take it, slash it's not loading properly, so we are not able to for that reason? Or it's actually down here in the water? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be this thing. Okay, never mind. We can loot it, it just won't show up as something that we can press the loot button on. But press it I did. And thus we did receiveth these things that were generally pretty bad. Okay, and where exactly did we end up parking the Nomad? Over here. Okay. Now we'll get out of here. We'll head over to Drax's spot. Let's see. Let's make sure that... Okay, it is still active. Great. So, yeah, it's pretty much just southwest of here. Meaning the other side of the lake. That's not really gonna work. We go this way.
Look out. Our connections won't do us any favors in a camp like that.
A camp like what? Apparently we are currently in combat, but we do need to go more west and less south. But I have no idea why we're considered to be in combat right now. It might be a beast. Ah, it is these guys. Hello. Don't worry, Nomad. I'm also pretty sure there was a little more loot from one of the other peoples that we fought at the Remnant area. Some of the enemies dropped loot, but yeah. It's okay, we'll be fine. We'll live. Alright, so now north and then basically straight here and then left. So I was a little too aggressive going in the southern direction. Whoa, that was more of a jump than I expected us to get. Now this is the direction we're looking to go in. Either, no, not there, here, right? Right, okay, so we haven't been here before. Just about everything we encounter should be new. Including these enemies here. I feel like this looks very familiar. But that's a whole lot of red dots. Oh, hey guys. How goes it? It's a pretty large group. Although, hasn't always translated to... Oh, well, you're... Oh, I thought you were T-posed. Are you T-posed? You're T-posed and you don't have an arm? Curious if you do anything once we T-float. Okay, now, granted, your friend here is not gonna go down nearly as easily as you are, apparently. Speaking of friends, did our friend kill you? Are you immortal? Doesn't look like it. Drac will eventually kill the T-posed enemy. All right, that's also worth
That's it.
a lot of experience. Okay, I guess that's one way for that to play out. A little bit of credits. Thought I saw something in here. Thought I did. That is not something that we can loot. Yeah, I swear, this exact structure looks super familiar. Yeah, I think we've been this far in this direction, but I think that's as far as we've gone. I think everything beyond here will be new to us. Just about. Definitely remember fighting some people there, that specific location in the past. Yes, there is a beast over there, but that's not a huge deal. Yeah, I remember going here and then choosing to turn around. Is that also beast? Or is that someone shooting at us? Because if it's someone shooting at us, I'm a little more interested. That's a beast. That's a very large beast. Maybe we'll stick around and fight you.
That was fun.
Also, what direction were you coming from again? Ah, this direction. The one direction that I did not look. Naturally. Oh, yeah, I also recently saw in a load screen that apparently we can float in midair while jetpacking, which it was news to me. Oh, I did not mean to do that. It does require that we press the aim button, which is unfortunate when using a sniper rifle, but when we're using you, this is how we can flame while jetpacking simultaneously. Okay. Because I think we had something that is giving us a bonus, somewhat sizable bonus, to our damage when we do that. But there are definitely enemies here. Hello. Hello. Don't mind us. Oh, you're not a friend. And you, the one that I was trying to get at before. There's two of you over here. Yeah, you are being annoying. The whole flanky thing. Okay, also decent chunk of experience. Oh, not back yet. Hold on. Okay. Another double dose of experience. We'll take it. Anything of significance here, or is it purely just enemigos and nothing else? Let's see if there's anything here. Eh? No? Insignificant? Apparently. What about down below? Ah, you. Alright. Well, it's something. Let's keep moving, though. Okay, and so at this point, it may make sense for us to hit this along the way. Turian named Thracia sold you the nav point for a weapons cache stolen from the Nexus. Presumably, that means it's going to be defended by outcasts or something like that. And this is probably...
This is the location from the Slender Bit, Pathfinder.
Okay, why does it keep on automatically sending us over there? I mean, sure. Let's take a little detour here.
Approaching that point.
Oh, for something. I mean, there are perhaps multiple nav points relatively close by. Whoa, that was weird.
The Turians set us up. What a surprise.
Still not entirely sure where I'm supposed to be looking. But presumably there are enemies spawning in here somewhere. That is at least one direction they're coming from. You are a big Krogan dude. We've not seen many of those. And these enemies look like they're on the stronger side. Also, hello. Vetra, I don't think you want to be standing there. Okay. Oh, that's not good. They took down Drac? That's saying something. Ow. Oh, probably this sniper rifle? Sniper rifle person? No, I'm not trying to melee my own squad mate. I'm trying to revive him. Ow. Rude. Oh, that's Vetra. Maybe don't shoot her. Maybe instead shoot these people who are continually sniping us. That was extremely fast. How quickly Drac covered that ground. Hey, buddy. I know you're over here. I know you're over here.
I think that's all of them.
Okay. So it was some kind of trap. I don't remember the specific dude who set us up here, so it's hard to read much more into that, but what else is here now that we've fended off the people who were trying to ambush us? I mean, that is a lot of stuff.
It's full. After that ambush, I thought the whole thing was a scam.
Turian's still got explaining to do.
Okay, where is Thracia? Probably somewhere on Kedar. No, maybe Kedarport or possibly the Nexus. I don't know. But we've done the part that there is to do in this area while we're over here. Is it worth seeing if there's anything else even further in this alcove? If we do, then perhaps might as well take the nomads. Probably be a little bit quicker that way. And we left the nomad over here. Okay. So yeah, there were a surprising number of stronger enemies there. Oh. Is there anything else over here? Is this the area that I was thinking? Stop doing that, man. No. More to our right. Oh, it's an invisible wall. Okay. Well then. Apparently there's not more stuff over there. Unless that shiny thing was a mineral we could scan, but doesn't look like it. Were we able to scan the... Ugh. One moment. The cache stuff. Also, we totally should have opened up all of these containers, obviously. Because there's a bazillion things in them. Now, granted, some of them are trash. Oh, but there's more. But wait, there's more. There's an Avenger! Doesn't seem like there's anything else there, but as for the official cache, no, can't scan it. Alright. Let's get out of here then. I think we should be good to go now. Curious how we're doing from a experience standpoint. We are close leveling. Okay. This is more so the direction where the other things of note are going to be. Is there anyone at this little outpost here? We should probably at least drive over to the other side first, though. Whoa! That's been happening a lot today. I don't know what to make of it, where it seems like it's a little bit buggy, or, I don't know if that's technically the right word to use to describe it. But the game is kind of, it's almost like it's lagging momentarily, and then it's making, so I guess it's rubber banding of sorts. Even though the game is not online, so it's a little bit strange. Oh, not gonna lie, the glare coming off of this, that right there, that edge, made me think for a second that there was text there, implying that we could interact with something. There's a button we could press. Which, of course, proved not to be the case, but... That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, so, but the game, I don't know if you want to say it's being a little stuttery. Not really, I don't think. Just the one little instances where, or the few little instances where it lags a little bit. Like that, just a tiny bit there. which is happening in-game, not just on stream. I'm experiencing it as well, directly. And then it kind of makes up for it by accelerating us a bit mere moments afterward, which has, on a few occasions, propelled us forward significantly. Yes, that's a question mark. That's rocks. Okay, this is now going to be the place where we're looking at Drax's stuff with Spender. So this is perhaps all just one extension of the same facility, which seemed to be what Sam was starting to say there. I assume this place is going to be very heavily guarded. There's this spot, and then there's, I mean, it's kind of separate over there. This is obviously a pretty decent sniping outpost if we could see any enemies at this point, but we can't, and also we switch weapons, and also by turning our sniper rifle into a laser beam, it has significantly reduced range relative to what it started with. So that's not going to work for a number of reasons. But we can do this. Hello? Is anybody here? This also feels like a place where we're going to get ambushed, because I'm very surprised that nobody has greeted us yet. And by greeted, of course, I mean shot at us on sight. Now, I'm getting close to wanting to just restart Andromeda real quick, just to try to get rid of some of these stutters. They're happening kind of frequently at this point. And they're not always that big of a deal, but to enhance your viewing experience, perhaps it is in our best interest to quickly boot the game back up. And this looks like a little living space of some variety, but no signs of the people who live in this space, which suggests they may be elsewhere, in and around here instead. It is a little alarming how abandoned this place is right now. Makes you wonder if that's gonna change. Because you have to think that it will. Also extremely tempted to try to destroy this thing. What happens if we... Oh, we totally would have been able to hit that. Okay, where did I leave the Nomad? Alright, tell you what. I'm gonna save now, and I'm gonna reboot Andromeda real quick. It's not terrible by any means at the moment, but I'm cautious of it perhaps getting worse, or at least happening in a significant point in time, in which case it could turn what would otherwise be a not huge problem into something that hits us at just the wrong moment. So let's just play it safe here. We'll boot Andromeda back up. Let's just play it a little bit safe here. And that way, hopefully it's better. I did happen to do a Windows update, I believe, earlier today, which, I mean, on my old computer, there was a much weaker system than this one. Occasionally, Windows updates would do really funky things and suddenly make me basically unable to stream at all. But we should have significant headroom on this system in basically every meaningful category. So it's not as if some Windows update of some variety would put us at risk of no longer being able to run the game as smoothly as we did in the past. But, I mean, that's at least just thinking back to what potential changes could have caused this. That or just random circumstance, coincidence. Hence the restart. So hopefully it's a little better for that reason, now that we have booted it back up, but as I said, it wasn't terrible, so even if it doesn't make much of a difference, not too concerned about it. Okay, that's a mineral we would like to get. But also, where are the enemies?
Particular mines ahead. It's
Oh.
best to proceed on foot.
Outlaws. Maybe friends of Spender?
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
So does that mean mines like the ones that we saw in that facility not that long ago? Because if so, they were kind of annoying. We're gonna get the beeps. Or is it just a blanket statement, hand wavy, if you go any further in the Nomad, you're going to automatically explode? But you don't actually need to do anything in particular on foot? No, that's mine. Yeah, it's Bring Down the Sky all over again. Keep your eyes peeled. That's one, although I don't really think would be approaching that direction anyway. Also, I failed to hit it. That's absolutely one. Oh, and that may have also set off every other mine.
Uh-oh, we got company!
Oh.
That's not company! That's the Pathfinder!
So that's...
Spender must have blabbed. Let's get out of here!
Quick, get on the shuttle!
Hurry up!
What the? No, wait! Don't leave us! The bastard left us!
Of course he did.
Is that Spender? Probably. Okay, well... time to take these guys on. They have the high ground, and also cover and everything you could possibly want to defend this position. So, kind of have a humongous advantage. That looks like a beast of some variety. No? Yes it is. Okay. For a second I thought it might have actually been a Turian. I'm like, I am sorry, dude.
The shuttle left without them.
Outlaws.
That was, not gonna lie, that was an attempt at getting those resources. Where can we attack from? Over here, I guess? There's a lot of enemies here. This is not exactly the safest point of attack. Not exactly the safest point of attack.
An undocumented mineral has been detected.
Hey, you don't say. I'm trying to pause and do this. Thank you. Oh, Pariah. We've not seen many of those guys. They are very strong, from what we can tell.
No target in range!
Yes, they had a lot of shields. There's totally another guy up there, wasn't there? Hello, please don't hit us. I'd like to get Petra back. She fell down? Okay, we should probably get her before we start venturing into the actual facility in that case. How did you... Vetra. Come on, you're better than that, Vetra. Also, while we're over here, just take a quick detour and get the thing that we had intended to get initially anyway. Don't mind. Oh, what the heck? Well, that might have been the person that took Vetra out in that case. Also, you have gone back in this spot we were hanging out in before.
Nice shot!
One moment, please. Also, our scanner is telling us to do something here, but is everyone who's trying to kill us dead now? Are we safe to scan? Are we safe to scan? No. More still. What are we dealing with here? Probably something in the actual building. What does our objective say now? It still say defeat the exiles? Search the hideout for clues. Okay, gotcha. Something over here. The data pad, or, I mean, there's this. A lot of Milky Way research data, sure. That's where the shuttle took off. You'd think there might be a clue there, but... There's a container. Alright, then we'll actually go inside and investigate what all the fuss was about. Okay, maybe we use the door. Who needs doors? Not me. Who in their right mind would use a door? Paper trail. To Spender from undisclosed recipient. Spender, we've received your supplies, but I'm not sure how you expect us to keep pressure on the Krogan. It's half of what you promised. Maybe we can throw rations at them? I'm starting to think trusting you was a bad idea. Have you ever used that scrambler I gave you? I bet it's just lying around your quarters or something. You've got a title. That means power. Use it. A roan. It's weird that it says undisclosed recipient there and then they signed it at the bottom. Usually that would probably be a bad idea if you're trying to maintain secrecy.
So Spender's been sneaking goods from the Nexus to these exiles. Why?
This Arone seems concerned about something hidden in Spender's apartment on the Nexus.
Oh,
Arone,
okay.
I've tangled with that crook before. What's he doing with Spender?
The datapad mentions a scrambler, which would explain the state of the file in the security archives. I highly recommend finding it.
So, find the scrambler, nail Spender. Check.
Okay. In the trash can, we will take all. We are the best trash people in the whole galaxy at this point, probably. The number of times I'm sure we've looted those types of things. Is there anything up here? Is this actually a building, a room we can go into? No? But theoretically this is up here. Oh. Well, yeah. It's also a much more convenient way to get up there in the first place. That absolutely looked like a mineral, but then from this angle, for a second, from this angle, it looked like a face carved into the wall. Okay, wait. I don't know if I can be precise enough with the controller. Ready? Okay, mouse, keyboard for a second. Eye number 1. Eye number 2. Nose down the middle. Also too sensitive. Too much sensitivity for me to do this easily, but eye, nose down the middle. Mouth. Like that. When you see it, okay? Alright, and this is the way up. What do we have here? Oh! Shipment 349-1. Received. Client is Spender. Recipient, Arone. So those are the two names, of course, that we just read about. Contents, medical supply crate 2. Ration crate 5. Krogan colony map. Mantis, Predator ×2. Grenade ×6. So weapons, medical supplies, food, and a map of the Krogan colony. Now that certainly suggests that they are out here trying to fight the Krogan, which I forget if that was sort of the underlying theory as to why Spender was up to some funny business before, because it's been a while.
This must be a rendezvous point for these exiles. Remote enough.
Great spot for Spender to do some dirty work. Well out of Tan's jurisdiction.
Okay. So that theoretically should give us a quest, because it did have the marker for that. Otherwise, Client Reyes. Regular munitions shipment. Okay. Client undisclosed. Data scramblers. Wait, what were they giving Reyes? Yeah, munitions. Data scramblers for someone else. Note, deluxe model capable of storing and scrambling data. That's similar to, I think, kind of what people were just saying that Spender was using. Client Umi. Rincol, which is Krogan alcohol. Whiskey ×10. vodka times 12, and ether. This is probably the name of one of the barkeepers, and I just don't remember. Escal, stimulants, metagel, sedatives, ether. I don't know. Spender, medical supply crate, ration. Oh, this is the one that we saw before. Yeah. Okay, there's a big chest over there. There's also, more importantly, a trash can. More importantly, there is a trash can. Scorpion. Not a bad weapon. Not a bad weapon. We, I believe, had spent some research points to enable ourselves to craft it, so in truth, if we ever really wanted to use it, that's probably the way to do it. And admittedly, at least in Mass Effect 3, because it does exist in Mass Effect 3, strong as it may be, I am just stylistically not a huge fan of it. Too slow for my liking. It is a weapon that fires sticky grenades, basically. There's a pretty significant delay between the sticky grenade lands and when it blows up. Oh, did we get hit by some of that grenade or mine damage, technically? So I heard that sound, it made me think that I was getting abducted by the cat. It's like, just stay still, and nothing bad will happen, okay? Yeah, but apparently that time when it seemed as though perhaps we'd blown up all the mines definitely was not so. And that was definitely hitting the target, but I think we're just too far away for that to count. Because I would like to be able to drive the Nomad. But perhaps... Now I've lost where that one was. Perhaps we just have to do any and everything on foot here. There is still more. There's the... I guess this is sort of a dead end. Oh, it actually loops around over here to a place we've been before. I did not realize that. But we should do this, and maybe it's worth doing that before we head back to the Nomad. And I guess we don't really need to go to the Nomad if... I mean, there is this section that I would kind of like to at least see, because there might be other things here that we don't yet know about that could have some significance, but I mean, technically we could fast travel here and approach from this angle where we don't have to be too concerned about passing by all the explosives. Although maybe the explosives are only over here to protect this facility, and technically if you stay right along the road, you're actually okay. But let's, before I forget, let's do this. Which actually sends us over there. Granted, it's not exactly a direction we've gone in before. Not exactly this direction, so... Did we check here for mines, though? I feel like we did. That's one of them. That's even, perhaps, one of the mines that we shot at before. Possibly the one that I was just trying to shoot at before. Is our scanner telling me to scanning things? No, it's because of the rocks, not because there's a mine directly in front of us. Is it? I hope not. I did think that that rock that had the light bouncing off of it was a mine for a second, though. Now I'm paranoid. I mean, that's gonna be it. Huzzah. It's Ezo. The VI is performing satisfactory. Transmitting data to Chief Lucan. And we don't mind those. I always forget which ones we technically not only need to scan, but actually need to pick up as well. Okay, I mean, that did.
I guess we fight.
So... Those were the outlaws that we already fought. Who just said that? Are they about to respawn, or is that just a little bug? Also, I don't remember if we saw anything down here in the bottom level. No? Okay. I think we just skedaddle in that case, unless there's a mining zone over here. And the only way you could ever get here would be if you removed the mines and go with the Nomad, because you can't do that on foot. I guess while we're here, we might as well get to that on foot, which is in this direction. Did they also place mines over here, or are we far? Yes, they did. We're not far enough away to avoid the mines. What, the sound of a beast over here? Just, I don't like the mines because, like, I get it. It's interesting to a certain extent, having to be mindful of where exactly you can stand. On the other hand, it's just kind of necessitates that you go at a crawling speed, which is not the most pleasant of things to do. And this is coming from someone who's very accustomed to doing a bunch of things, being really thorough, and taking things very slowly. Now that mine that I was eyeing, is that it? Yeah. There's another one over here, I thought. Yeah. It's like these ones are more along the path, it seems like. I should technically look in the direction that I'm walking first. That is definitely something, even if at the moment it's just this icon. I mean, there's theoretically area behind this, unless that's going to give us an invisible wall. I'm just trying to see, is it even possible for us to drive the Nomad here? Because I would like to do that. But as we just witnessed, they did hide some mines even as far out as this. And does a single mine just completely, immediately destroy the Nomad? That's one as well. It's annoying how from some angles you can absolutely see them. Then it's out of range, so you have to move closer. But once you do, you're on an angle where it is much harder to see them. I'm just waiting. There's so many times where it would be perfect timing to just step directly on a mine and die. That being one of many of them. Like, it seems like we've cleared things out. Probably not entirely, but, oh, definitely not entirely. But can we drive through here now? If we do we run the risk of immediately getting destroyed? Or do we have some wiggle room because we can hit one mine and still live to see another day? It's only multiple mines that would actually destroy the Nomad altogether. Come on. I'm not sure if we're technically close enough. It should be, though. Come on. There we go. And there are enough of the mines where it's really tedious to have to take all them out like this. Such a large area. And it'd be one thing. That's a mine. Almost right next to us, in fact. Maybe not quite right next to us, but you know what I mean. It'd be one thing if it was just a small area, even if it was relatively tightly concentrated, all the mines, but the fact that it is a pretty large area means the total number of mines that you have to track down and shoot or destroy in some way is very large. obviously the little, whatever these wheat-like plants are, as well as the rocks that are roughly the same size and shape in some cases, makes it a lot less straightforward to find them. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure that was one of them. Okay, and that apparently was close enough that it did deal damage to us. So I'd like to drive the Nomad, but that is a lot easier said than done. That's just a rock, particularly shadowy and shiny rock, but not a mine. That is, though. That hit us. So yeah, the AoE is pretty big. That's also... Oh, that's terrifying. There are mines on these rocks? Oh, come on. You're telling me that didn't hit? Also, I did not expect for us to fall down there. That's just shininess, but that's... Is that a mine that we destroyed? That absolutely is a mine. It kind of looks like it's destroyed. But given all the observations that we've been making, I feel like that's not necessarily a chance that I love taking, but I'm not really sure we have much of an alternative here. Given how large the damage was, even when we were not that close to them, it kind of makes me think that yes, the mines will absolutely annihilate you if they actually blow up anywhere near you. Now, obviously, at this point, we've walked back and forth so much that I don't have a good sense anymore of where we actually feel comfortable walking, because we think that we have truly blown up all the mines. Is that one? Look, I don't know, man. This is what I mean. It's a lot of mines, okay? I'd like to just be done with it at this point. It was fun for a little bit, kind of a nuance that we don't see in many other circumstances, and as I think I noted before, some memories it brings back about Bring Down the Sky, but at the same time, only in moderation. Any more than that, and it just becomes a bit of a slog. Theoretically, at this point, this was before our warning about the mines. So I'd like to believe that means that there are not mines this far back. So we're going to save, and then we're going to recklessly drive through here and see if we blow up the Nomad. Is, I think, the way that we approach this at this point. What could possibly go wrong? We will get blown up, probably. I'm deliberately trying to see if we're going to blow up the Nomad. Okay, again, the whole multiple mines blowing up simultaneously thing, which I don't really know what to make of.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Does it usually make that sound? It's a very strange sound. Those are also not very valuable resources. Okay, well, I guess technically that means the mining spot was not right on top of the icon, but as is usually the case, it's a little bit bigger than that. This was the thing that we were suspicious about, though. So what is this all about? What's going on here?
Got it.
Okay, I mean, sniper rifle damage, we'll take it. But is that all, or is there actually some plot significance, quest significance to this spot? Huh. Strange. We have seen places that look very similar to this in the past.
Pathfinder.
Okay. It's a little behind us.
This area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Cool. Over here-ish? Somewhere? Where's the icon? Over here, up above. Okay. Huzzah. And that is an invisible wall over there. So what do we have here? Angaran armor, sure. High value salvage. And a few consumables. Alright. Let's see, so the edge of the map is, yeah. I was kind of curious if there's going to be more in this little alcove here, but based on this, was it this spot? That looked pretty similar, having an invisible wall before we actually reached what appeared to be the end of it. Not terribly surprised. Though I am curious to see if there's particularly good mining right next to the edge of the world, but does not seem to be the case. No, copper isn't that valuable, right? That might also be an just common. Even if it's uncommon, it's not a huge deal. Beryllium is also common. So it's really just the titanium that we'd like to see, and we have not really seen it at all. That's the sound of a mine. I think. Unless our mining for thingamabob is making all that noise. Okay. Oh. Yeah, this is the area that we've not been to.
This area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
This just connects two areas that we had not previously known would connect. But as for whether there's actually any things of interest here, that is a different question. It doesn't really seem like it. Besides the fact that we probably just saw some Ket getting dropped off in the distance. And by that I mean we definitely did.
To unaffiliated outlaws, Pathfinder. I advise caution.
Unaffiliated outlaws, you say? And this technically still is in that area where we've not yet been to, so... Alright. I think we ought to check it out then. What's going on here? What is the deal? Collective. I don't know if we should read into that name. Or if that is just a coincidence. And you're just Raider. Generic Raider. Okay, some experience there. That was interesting. you're still left. Alright, no cloak necessary, I suppose. There's still another person left? Hiding somewhere over here? What? I see a red dot. Is it a beast? Red dot here. It's this guy, and it's Wild Dottie? Okay. These guys are unaffiliated, although they can fly. Petra, what are you oh, you're shooting at that. I'm surprised you are not making him mad. It's also a bad time for Cloak to run out. Apparently this guy just cannot be bothered. He just does not care. Alright. There might be an Audi over there as well. But those guys, they aren't that important. More importantly, we should investigate what, if anything, exists in this little area where we are fighting the actual outlaws themselves. Not the beasts. The outlaws. The unaffiliated bandits. Even though some of them had collective as part of their name. Which would strongly suggest that they are not actually unaffiliated. Even if that's what they would like us to think. Hey, once again, it just seems like it's a relatively generic spot, though. Oh, maybe there is greater significance to it, though. No, we've seen those before a bazillion times, right? Don't even think they give us research data? No. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, it was experience. And a somewhat large amount of it, as well as most of the encounters we've been running into have been giving us on the order of 352 apiece, and sometimes in 2 installments. Okay, so yeah, I guess we'll go a little bit further here, see if there's anything else that we did not know about. And we should be very close leveling at this point.
All these caves, it's a smuggler's dream.
Takes one to know one. That's just an Audi, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Alright, this is a depleted mining resource area, so definitely been here before. So there are other enemigos. We did also completely ignore all the beasts that were chasing us, which probably means that they are now going to surround us. Even if it was actually the outlaws that I was more interested in fighting. I'll just use that guy to set up a fire explosion on all of them. Well, apparently blew up an explosive container on myself. I'm honestly surprised we didn't do that more often. Also, yes, there are more of the wild animals.
Krogan needs help.
Oh, that's not good. He is down, yep. He is, in fact, down. Except now he's back up. He can sort of revive himself with his Blood Rage. Technically, he needs to have already activated it, right? So, I'm a little surprised that it even said he went down in the first place for that reason. And as I said, we were close to leveling, and there it is. Is that the last enemy? Or is this a 2 installments of any situation? Well, it might have been a 2 installments of experience situation. I'm not really sure why it took that long for the second round of experience to pop up, but we'll take it. And nothing of significance there. There's a chance we were here before. At this point, might be far enough back in the direction where we were before that we have seen this place in the past. Probably would have been just about the furthest we'd gone, though. Had to be done. Okay, I think perhaps we're good here now. And yeah, we've totally been here before, because this is a depleted mining zone, so... Alright, that means that we've now basically done everything that there is to do in this southwestern corner, unless you want to include that hidden cache, and I don't know, does this even qualify as southwest anymore? Pretty much just west. There's rocks that's activated right now. But this is, if we are looking to do more things in Kadara on this trip, this section may be the spot to target, because that's a pretty concentrated set of things. Granted, some of them are much more significant than others, just a memory trigger and rocks, but this might be a relatively big one, and that theoretically is as well. Otherwise, we have the much more uncertain eastern section, which may very well have a bunch of things that we just don't even know about anymore. Does this path go further into the mountains there? Don't think so. I mean, there's a chance that it's largely mountains and invisible walls here, and even though it looks like there would be a large section up in the northeast, that may not actually be the case. I mean, this functionally, without knowing what's over there, looks like it's half the planet. So there's certainly potential, but I'm wondering if maybe it's just going to be a whole bunch of that big rocks with not a lot in them. Okay, but let's target this spot. Unfortunately, there's really no waypoints there. No forward stations. This is, I think, as good as it gets. And that is still quite a trek. And at that point... Oh, the Hackers Sanctuary. I'd forgotten about that. Well, we learned about it at first a very long time ago, and we had to wait quite a bit before we were allowed to actually seek it out. I don't remember when that actually ended up happening, but that's also in that same general area. Thracia is over here? Is that where the power plant is? It might be. The power plant where they used a tiny unit and said that they said like they were generating 1 billion, what, like kilowatts of power? Like, who in their right mind would use kilowatts in that place, in that instance? Please just use megawatts, if not gigawatts. Better still. Okay, but let's go here. I'm not sure if we want to do the hackers right now, if we want to go for the northwestern corner first, because if we do the hackers, then they are in the opposite direction. They are in the opposite direction. Is this a spot where enemies spawn? As soon as we spawn in here? Maybe not? Okay. Just making sure. So yeah, on one hand, I remember at one point in time, there were some people who were saying, oh man, this is a good one. You should, they were asking if we had done this yet. So I am looking forward to it, but perhaps for that reason, it warrants a more dedicated trip. Well, and it could be a more extended one as well, but I suppose that's still fine. Or there's nothing wrong with doing that now, I guess. It just might be a little more of a significant detour in that case. And we have a few hidden caches along the way as well. It's not a terrible thing. Alright, we'll do it. We'll do it now. And it's... what? It's south? Oh, it is south. Yeah, that is true. Technically, I assume we're going to need to loop around a little bit. Slightly on the southeastern side. Like this, presumably, to actually get there. Oh, hello. Don't mind us. Don't mind us.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Can we, though? Because I'm not seeing much. Okay, now, just double checking. Yes, looks like we're headed roughly in the right direction now. We're going to have to curve a little bit more westerly, though. Enemies respawn here. Whoa! The heck? I mean, I'm intrigued. I mean, we presumably were here before, but... This is the person who was just kind of chilling by themselves and needed us to fix their antenna or their power supply or something like that. Oh, that doesn't sound good, though.
Thank you. That meant everything.
Totally. Yeah, I agree. It definitely did.
Let me know if you find some medicine.
That might actually be a quest that we still have outstanding. I don't know, to be honest. Oh. Alright. I mean, did give us a little bit of research, so we'll take it. Surprised there isn't an actual forward station more over here somewhere, because it seems like a pretty large area without a forward station. Cache? It's up there? And while we're here, we should grab it.
This area can be mined for resources.
Alright.
You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
I'll take your word for it. Thanks, Sam. I think I saw it there. I think that's it. Come on. Right here. The thing that we basically dropped directly on top of. Angaran stuff. High value salvage. Not bad, we'll take it. I really wish we could launch the mining stuff from here. This is the place where we got ambushed by a ginormous brute dude. E-Rock, or however you say it. Don't go off this way. Don't do this. That would be a bad move. Do you stop automatically teleporting me over there? Okay, and the hidden cache is basically right next to them. Hey, hacker dudes. So and it's been a while since we've looked at this one because we got this very early on. So it might be worth a quick refresh on what exactly the deal is. Is that the cache right there? Okay, well, apparently we've not quite been to this spot just yet. Understandably, I suppose, but... Because weren't we tricking them into thinking that we were all for the whole hacking the initiative / the Nexus thing, when obviously in truth that isn't really the case? So we also did level, so we do have some points to spend here. Did we... For squad mates who have finished their loyalty missions. Oh. Okay. Well, we can spend a bunch of points for veteran. In fact, 36 points with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills. We can fully max her out on everything. Alright, so let's see. So this is power armor. Remind me what the deal is with this. Custom armor hardens and activates reinforced shields, providing her with unrivaled protection. But it's not a passive. It does have a duration. Okay. Damage resistance. Improve shield regeneration while active. I stand by what we did there, and that also seems pretty sweet. Yeah, and went for the defensive rather than the offensive, which... And the melee damage is not that interesting, but the weapon damage, accuracy and stability, NPCs probably don't really need that much of, but that's a lot of weapon damage. We might have looked at the melee damage and gone, not for us. But what do we have here? When power armor ends, an electric explosion stuns nearby enemies and primes them for combo detonations. That feels way too gimmicky. Because it'd be one thing if it was an ability that naturally lent itself toward Vetra being up close to enemies, but that's not necessarily the case. And then, as we've said many times before, relying on squad mates for priming and or detonating things is generally not a great idea. Activating power armor instantly recharges turbocharge, requires turbocharge. That feels way better. That basically addresses the concern that we were just saying. We often have about squad mates having ridiculously long cooldown times. Activating the power recharges turbocharge. Now, granted, if this were a player with this, then you could be really clever with the timing, where you activate turbocharge, get the full value out of that, and then as soon as turbocharge ends, you activate power armor, and that gives you turbocharge back immediately, and can potentially give you more or less permanent uptime on turbocharge, but I'm not expecting a computer-controlled Vetra to be able to do that. Okay, but now concussive shot. Okay, this one should be pretty straightforward, but so this is obviously a skill that exists in Mass Effect 3. But so how did we choose to build it? We went damage instead of radius, and we went damage instead of damage over time. Oh, a debuff rather than damage over time. Additional damage against armor or damage against shields. Pretty straightforward. I think we probably go shields, although, well, armor generally is more valuable because bosses are usually mostly, if not sometimes even entirely, armor. And in general, armor comes with damage mitigation built into it, so it's more meaningful, damage against armor. On the other hand, we have Flamer as our primary damage dealing skill, which does a ton of damage specifically to armor, and has a damage penalty against shields. So in a vacuum, this is probably better. If we are using our Flamer as our primary way of dealing damage, then Vetra with this is a little more complementary toward what we're trying to do. So maybe we still go for that. Granted, we might change some of our powers at some point, and we've experimented with that a bit, but it seems like in general, we've discovered that our current setup is the most reliable at the very least. Turbocharge, basically marksman, right? What's the last option here? Rate of fire bonus, I like it. Or damage against shields. Okay, I think in this case you just go for the rate of fire because it's a more all-encompassing source of damage. Yes, this is obviously a higher number, and as we were just saying, we do like damage against shields because it's something that we are not great at when we're relying mostly on Flamer. But it is a lot. Gun force, recharge speed, gun damage, recharge speed. And that's just the base there. Okay. Reliability versus more niche utility. I think we'd probably still go for reliability here. So in the other case, it was one niche versus one other niche, whereas in this case, it was consistency against niche, even if it's a niche that we kind of like addressing. Okay, then passives. I think some squad mates have had very interesting things here, so let's see. Vetra's rifle now always uses disruptor ammo, dealing electrical damage and priming the target after several hits. Bonus weapon damage against shields, 10% all the time? I mean, that's not bad. And 10% weapon damage universally as well. I mean, what's the alternative? Damaged... Wait. Each time Vetra hits a target with a rifle shot, the target temporarily takes more damage from all sources. Damage taken increase per shot, 5%. Maximum damage increase, 100%. Duration, 5. So, when Vetra is good about targeting enemies, and enemies that are big, that it's significant to have this damage buff against them, that's a big deal. I mean, she's probably not going to get up to 100 in most circumstances, but That's probably worth the risk. Yes, this is more reliable, but this upside is so huge. Then again, are we going to consistently be attacking the same enemy Vetra is attacking? Maybe not, but it is, it's a feedback loop of sorts, or at least it affects itself, right? Like, she shoots with her rifle, and she debuffs the enemy so that it takes more damage. Sure, we may not necessarily be attacking that enemy, but she's still going to be attacking that enemy, so she's at least buffing herself in that way. And then finally defensive passive. And this is her last skill overall that we'll be allocating. When Vetra is near death, power armor immediately recharges. Requires power armor, which we do have. Also increases Vetra's maximum health and shields. So when she drops to 10% health, this will activate. Only recharges every minute, which is understandable because this is kind of a free revive of sorts. And that's a pretty significant amount of shields and health. However, as I've said with other skills that have similar thresholds that you need to get down to for health or shields, or mostly health, although in theory it sounds interesting, I am not that big of a fan of it because, especially in higher difficulties, 10% health is such a low number that, if she's on 11% health, she's getting killed in one hit at that point. And I assume that means that she does not conveniently just take 1% damage, stop exactly at the 10% health threshold, so that this passive ability can activate, she gets her power armor back, and that gets her safe once again. I assume that there's no extra gates, if you will. It's not like a 10% health gate, in which case, in most circumstances, this is just never going to activate. Vetra and her nearby allies regain some shields whenever Vetra takes down an enemy. I mean, also not super reliable, because we're getting most kills, or at least most of the time, I think, although it's not always super obvious. But, so there's two key variables here. It requires that Vetra gets kills, which generally I don't think is happening very often, and it also requires that we are close to Vetra when she gets those kills. Doesn't say what the radius is, but because we're often off-cloaking and getting up close to enemies to get into flamer range, we may not be close to Vetra when she gets her kills. So for those reasons, I'm really not sure this is going to help us at all, so maybe we do go for this one. In theory, if this does activate, obviously it's amazing, but I just am highly skeptical of how often it will. But I guess, because the alternative is not great, we'll go for that. And then Drac. Yeah, we haven't done your loyalty mission yet, so you're stuck. You are stuck. As for us, I mean, I think at this point have established that we don't really have anything that we are super committed to anymore, because the build that we were starting to work toward turned out did not work as we had hoped it would, and functionally is useless unless we find some other skill to integrate into it, which I've not really determined what that might be. So at the moment, we're basically just investing in Overload, in part so that it could theoretically be an energy drain alternative to detonate our flamer. Probably more damage potential at that, although without that extra shield restoration, it's maybe utility-wise it's definitely utility-wise not as good, and maybe that sacrifice is not worth doing, but it is, at the very least, a tech skill, which improves our tech passives, which are pretty nice, because we're so heavily relying on the duration on Cloak, and both duration and damage on Flamer. Wait, these are up to 22%. So I think probably just throw, what can we do? Exactly 2 upgrades here. Okay, so we can go either damage or recharge speed. What is the default recharge speed? 15 seconds is not great. 10%, but I mean, I guess 10% of a big number is something, but 10% is not as much of an improvement as I would like to see. 25%, it's a little bit better. Well, out of curiosity, compare that to energy drain. Is that the same base recharge speed? It is. Okay, so I suppose we have enough cooldowns coming from cooldown improvements coming from armor and what have you, that we don't need to be too worried about it. So, I mean, damage is generally what you want to be going for, right? Change to additional target, damage against shields. So, originally, when I was first, at the very beginning, before we really even started, when I was planning how we were going to set up our builds, I had strongly considered Overload because of its potential to chain to numerous targets and therefore detonate numerous targets, which means combined with Flamer, we can have multiple explosions going off every time we hit Overload, and that would make a lot of it, you would hope, damage. But the problem is that, as I've said numerous times before, I've been very underwhelmed with the detonation damage, explosion damage from basically any combo. So, for that reason, it might be better just to turn this into a more specialized shield removal option, and it does already have some chain ability. High damage shield, synthetic enemies. It does not chain unless you hold it down, and then it chains twice. This would be a third chain. So if you're going for maximum detonations, then this is obviously the way to go. And this is arguably, at least in Mass Effect 3, one of the best, if not the best, skills at detonating multiple things when you do all the chain stuff. I think we kind of have to go that route, though. When charged, chains to additional target, and we can get an additional target through this. Deals increased damage to chained enemies. Maybe we do that. Otherwise, huge damage to shields and synthetics. So yeah, basically, is it a pure damage, primarily serving as a shields damaging skill, which is kind of the thing that we've been missing, or at least, well, obviously that's what energy drain is for, but the damage has been a little lackluster and oftentimes not enough to one-shot enemy shields, which makes it a little tricky, because then we have to flame to remove some shields, and that's a very slow and painful process. But this, I would think, would add up to be more than energy drain would. But alas, don't need to make up our mind on that just yet. We confirm that. I'm just curious to see. Does that improve? This was at 22% before, I think. So we got a 1% upgrade on our tech-related passives, which is not bad. And did we actually lock those in, or did I accidentally cancel out? They're actually locked in. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, the whole reason why we did that in the first place was to do this. A group of anti-AI hackers attacked Sam Node with a virus. They believe their sabotage attempt worked. Use their trust to investigate the hackers' base of operations. Okay, so they're anti-AI. Obviously, Sam is an AI, so for that reason, they hated Sam and initially hated us, but then we tricked them, and now they think we're on their side. So we need to be sneaky, though. We need to make it seem like we are still very anti-machine, or at least anti-AI. Before we go in, so I am curious what that means for what we're going to be doing here. Are we going to have a series of conversations and we're going to have to be really careful? Be all spy-like? Discreet? Or are we more or less instantly still going to get thrown straight into a fight? Oh? Straight into a fight. No matter what. Hello? Excuse me, ma'am. What are you doing out here? Are you the only person out here? We're probably... either that's a really strange coincidence, or there's going to be something that's going to tell us to go... Someone in here is going to tell us to go meet with someone outside. For reasons that are not yet known to us, but... Alright. We cannot save, but let's go in.
Welcome to our sanctuary. I'm Catherine Nye, Knight to my colleagues.
Hello.
I wrote the virus that freed you from Sam.
I don't know how to thank you.
I'm sorry your father did this. The initiative's use of AI could doom us all, and you were the first to suffer.
Okay, so we play along. Is Sam dead? Because this would immediately make them know that we are not who we are claiming to be.
Did your virus kill Sam?
Sam has been reduced. It's harmless now. I saw the folly of merging humans and AI in the Milky Way, a Black Ops project called Overlord that created a monster. Many died. My son was hurt, and the young man used as a host was consumed. Every Pathfinder risked the same fate.
So Overlord was a DLC for Mass Effect 2 that we played when we did our Mass Effect 2 playthrough. Possibly my single least favorite quest in the entirety, probably is my single least favorite quest in the entirety of the Mass Effect trilogy, but that's beside the point. So, your son, many died. Your son was hurt. Not sure if we technically would have enough information to connect enough dots here to confirm who her son was. Maybe like in some kind of log he's mentioned, that last name is mentioned in passing or something like that. Man who used as a host was consumed. Now, that's one way to describe it, which is, I guess, kind of still accurate, regardless of if you have completed Mass Effect 2, which direction you chose to go in with the conclusion of the mission. But, okay. Every Pathfinder risks the same fate. I had no idea. It's not the same thing. No, we're playing along. I had no idea that it was that risky.
That can happen? I've never heard of Overlord.
I guess your father hadn't either. Excuse me. I have work to do. Unless you have questions.
Okay. Well, I think we do.
What more can you tell me about Project Overlord?
A Black Ops experiment by mad scientists to merge a human mind with synthetic intelligence. Their creation was a horror. I paid a heavy price to get my son out.
It was definitely, in fact, one of the most horror-like missions in all of the Mass Effect trilogy. Probably might be second only to the Asari Monastery. Probably forgetting one or two other missions that fall under those lines, but I like the Asari Monastery mission, in part because it really executes well on that whole theme. Not so much for Overlord. But why did you join the initiative?
If you're afraid of AI, why join an organization that uses it?
We needed an escape. I thought the initiative was using shackled AI for research. When I understood it... Well, a firefighter doesn't run away from a fire.
Could need a little more context to understand why this metaphor you just dropped makes any sense at all.
You
Are
think
you the firefighter?
Pathfinders could be overcome by their AI?
Worse. If the initiative thinks the human-AI merge works, they might roll it out to everyone.
Oh no.
Imagine Sam's power in the hands of people who weren't ready for it.
Absolute nightmare.
I shouldn't keep you.
Thank you. Don't worry about Sam reconnecting. Our AI detector is always watching.
Oh.
That's good to know.
The virus was a beginning. I'm about to make sure the initiative never repeats its mistake.
Pathfinder, it's unlikely an AI detector could discern our private channel. However, this may not be true for your scanner.
Knight's planning something big. That's not good.
She's dangerous. Let's find out what's up. Discreetly.
No scanner allowed? What? I'm crushed. But how are we supposed to... How will we know the things we need to know? No, alright, fair enough. Also, I mean, for what it's worth, her overarching concern is kind of fair. You know, you could make some comparisons to... I mean, it's a little early in modern-day, real-world applications, but there are some people who are very concerned about AI taking over the universe. Taking over the Earth, at least. And, you know, what that might mean if AI is integrated into everyday life and in circumstances in which the world is perhaps not ready for AI, or AI is not really a suitable thing to be applied in that circumstance, in that situation. So, you know, in that sense, she's not crazy. But I'm sure there'll be other things here that will make us say that, yes, she is in fact crazy. Let's see. Citadel Economics Board, Case Report A5. On the subject of 2182 Flash Crash, that's what, the year before Mass Effect 1? Nicknamed the Ilium Sinkhole. Thousands of stock prices collapsed overnight, destroying the value of approximately 1.2 million personal accounts. Responsibility was later traced to a rogue virtual intelligence developed for the Ilium stock market, whose sentience had been illegally modified. Rela Tepagis, a senior white hat hacker, is that supposed to be white collar? Or the Mass Effect equivalent of it? White hat hacker at the Bank of Nosastra gave forceful testimony on the rising use of such VI, which makes decisions in milliseconds that affect financial markets across Citadel space, often based on news stories that a non-synthetic stockbroker would know to ignore. So there is, in fact, a mission in Mass Effect 1 in which there's a rogue AI on the Citadel that had transferred itself from a few different places, and I'm pretty sure at one point in time it says that it had done some shady stock market deals somewhere to earn itself enough credits to try to bribe someone to let it on to a ship or something along those lines, and that was its end goal. So I'm wondering if that's actually a reference to that specific quest and that specific AI. As far as the VI knows, it's just moving numbers around, Tapachi's testified. It might even find that personally fulfilling in ways organic life can't understand. But for us, a decimal point can be the difference between riches and ruin. Okay, so economic concerns. I'm kind of curious to see if that's sort of the theme here, is we're going to find a bunch of data pads, and for the most part, they're going to give us more insights into why this group of people think the way that they do. And we'll speak to that person momentarily. And by momentarily, I mean right now.
Oh, welcome. I'm Laveria. I'm so glad Knight's virus worked. Do you need anything?
Let's see. Let's maybe not begin with this one. I feel like if you open with that, it's way too suspicious, right? So, what brought you here? That's pretty benign.
I know. Me, an underground hacker? Back home, I was a concierge on the Citadel. I coded games for my little sisters. They played together, walked to school together. And when those Geth machines attacked the Citadel, the Geth impaled them on spikes. Together.
Oh.
And some people feel sorry for the Geth.
That's why I left for Andromeda, and why I joined Knight.
Okay. So, both of these things feel like, I mean, definitely this, but to even a certain extent, this one as well, feel like they could potentially out us as someone who's not really in the group, or someone who they should not trust, so I feel like maybe we deliberately do not talk about those.
See you later, Laveria.
Bye. Come by anytime.
But I liked that, actually.
This must be tough to hear, Sam.
Those AI are the product of a different civilization. Ours will be founded on organic, synthetic partnership. I bridge the hard-earned lessons of the past and the promise of the future.
But I liked how, for, I don't want to say the first time, but for one of the few times in Andromeda, somebody actually had a unique but very compelling reason to have done the thing that they chose to do. Whereas everyone else is just like, I got kind of annoyed by something, and so I decided to rebel and try doing my own thing. And we've talked many times about how that's just completely unrealistic, the way that they did it. Almost as unrealistic as how this guy is moonwalking. But you had a really compelling reason, and unique reason, and understandable reason for why you did the thing that you did. So this is a great example of more NPCs like this, less NPCs with generic blanket statements about, I was mad because I didn't like what the bosses were doing. I thought I could do better, so I quit and ran away.
Console. Sam, can you get into it?
Yes, but my access will trigger the AI detector. You'll only have one chance.
Okay, let's wait until we know what we're looking for.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I see that, yes. But also, we probably should read this first. AI detector, question mark, Knight. Thank you for the ELIZA data. It's so obvious when you run a comparison. The Geth, the SAMs, all our data shows that working AI produce a detectable electromagnetic pattern. It's similar to brain activity in organic life. Different cases, but a distinct signature. I even tested it against a basic VI. They're not even close. So, blathering aside, the answer is yes. All we need is sensors that pick up the EM pattern of an AI operating nearby or interfering with a Pathfinder implant, and we've got a detector. Child's play. How's your virus coming along? Bavaria. Okay, so that's actually terrifying. Terrifying in the sense that we think we're playing them, but they might actually be playing us. Maybe they knew all along that if they could find a way to trick us into getting here and just get us close to the place where they can test our electromagnetic signals between Ryder and Sam, then they can create their detectors and distribute them, or manufacture and distribute them across the galaxy. And so, who is the one who's calling the shots here? Is it us tricking them, or is it them tricking us? Intelligence and introspection. Dr. K9. The science guy? At the Sensory Galaxy on Kithoi Ward, I stepped into a booth and artificially experienced rain as a Turian feels it. Elsewhere, I could smell like an Elcor, or hear like a Drell. But there's no booth where I can think like an artificial intelligence. Try it. Imagine being 2 or 3 times as intelligent as you are now. Pretty sure technically AI are a lot more intelligent than that, like exponentially more intelligent than that, at least in some respects. I'm no AI expert myself, but, you know, like computational power, obviously they're exponentially better than an organic species would be, maybe besides Solarians. You're likely already approaching the level considered genius for your species. Now keep going. Okay, I see. 10 times, 20 times. The mind reels, doesn't it? And you still aren't as intelligent as an AI. Now consider how differently such a mind might perceive and interpret the world compared to how you understand it. Think how different a sonnet might seem, or a sunset. Then ask yourself, what would such a mind make of our morality? The value of organic life? My lab partners evolved 1,000 light years away. But make no mistake, it is the life on our servers which is truly alien. Okay, I mean, this was certainly telling, this datapad, but I'm still not sure we technically know what it is that we are looking for when we activate this console over there. So that does make me a little bit nervous, because it sounds like, are we going to be timed? Or are we just going to, oh, we should go through here, though. Ah, okay. Perhaps we can learn more from you, and, you know, should we be more aggressive with our conversations with the people down here, or is our concern about them finding us out valid?
You must be Ryder. Alain. My mother's in charge around here.
Oh.
But you're a celebrity. Sorry I can't show you around. I'm stuck sitting here for a few more hours.
What?
Is something wrong?
I'm fine. Just good old Project Overlord. Still kicking me when I'm down.
Oh, right.
When Mom has... Nope. Can't talk about that. Do you need anything?
Right, so, as his mom was saying, he said Alan, something like that, even though there's an I in his name. But he was somehow involved in Project Overlord. So, what exactly went down?
Anything you can tell me about Project Overlord?
Black Ops guys trying to make a VI-human hybrid. They hired my mother as a programmer. They told me I was a candidate for the human part. And, hey, not like my body was doing me any favors. But my implants got hacked, and Mum said we're leaving. Lucky me. Overlord went downhill fast.
Well, I mean, you left, but not really sure how Overlord going downhill is any better for you. So, this would be the really potentially suspicious thing that we could ask him about. This is fairly neutral, probably safe.
It's all right. Can I ask you why you need all these machines?
I had a serious infection in my nervous system. I used spinal implants to walk and, you know, bathroom stuff. But while my mother was working on Project Overlord, my implants got hacked. They still work. I just have to sync them a few hours a day.
A few hours a day? That's very unfortunate. Okay, so as much as so on one hand, we kind of know what to do at the big console-y thing because we know that they're trying to find some way in which to learn how exactly the AIs the Pathfinders have communicate with the organic mind, so they can shut that off and make it so that can be traversed, that AI sensor, and presumably, some way disabling the AI can be created and distributed across the galaxy. Is that enough, though? Because I'm not really sure when you have our smoking gun, so to speak, at this point. So, do we press either of these two people down here for details, or do we think that they will call us out and we'll be chased out of this facility and we won't be able to do the thing that we are trying to do here? I mean, this guy kind of seems gullible. He'll spill the beans. You know what I mean? Let's try.
I've got to go.
Let's leave.
You know where I'll be.
See if Ryder or Sam or anyone else says anything.
Pathfinder, I believe we can fix Alain's implants. I have schematics for an appropriate device. It will require time and resources.
Or I could start scanning, but that's risky.
Huh? Scan, here for issues with the devices? So, okay. I still am not super clear on what exactly we're being asked to do here. Optional, scan the sanctuary for clues. Optional, build a curative device for Ellen at a research center. At a research center? What? Now, what I'm wondering is, with the scanner, is that something where it seems like it is possible to scan, but you, at some point in time, will get caught? Is that based on the amount of time that you have the scanner out for, the number of times you try to scan something by actively pressing the scan button, or by scanning while you are within the sight of someone over here? I do not know. I do not know the answer to any of those things. Is there a different spot over here? There was the person out here. Oh, this is the main door. I am kind of curious to see if... Is the woman still over here? No? Woman just disappeared? Okay, maybe she was just purely a bit of a bug before. That was... Yeah, we tried going over there, but can't do anything. Okay. So yeah, I'm just not really... And then, the thing is, once we get here, supposedly we're timed or something like that once we activate this. And so it seems like we're supposed to have a really good idea of what we're trying to do once we initiate this so that we are efficient when we do it, otherwise we're going to fail. But I don't feel like I have a good understanding of what we're trying to do, so I feel like there is a risk that I fail. So I'm trying to find some way to be a little more certain about what's going on here. But that, we can't save? Can't save. Scan the sanctuary for clues. Build a curative, clues for what? Because it still feels like, yes, we read data pads and what have you, but if we just scram and go to some place where there's a research facility, research device, can we just create something to cure him and then come back afterward and we already have the information we need for that? Because Sam was saying that it's still just not super clear. That we have scanned, that we have scanned. Okay. Just not super clear. What do we have enough information to do thus far, and what might we have only a hint of, but technically are not yet allowed to do? That is what I'm not certain of. And technically, because there's no fast travel spot here, we would have to go back here. That's not the end of the world. Okay, so basically we'd be going probably back to the actual port. Or the Tempest. And that way we can hopefully build an actual go to the Tempest, I guess. We can actually build the whatever device is necessary to help him. Because the way that Sam phrased it made it sound like we still may not have enough information to do it. But we had, no, but we saw the icon that said we got a blueprint for it, so I don't know. That would suggest that we do have the information. Let's see. Let's see. Okay.
Ryder, Vetra wanted you to check in when you can.
Oh. Okay, any emails while we're at it? Yes. So much better from PB. Typically, I'm not the type to send mail. At least, not mail that just reflects or lingers on stuff, but I'm okay letting you know how great our float was for me. And the weird thing is, I think it was actually better with you there. Added a little bumper car whimsy. You might be growing on me a little. Not sure if that's good or bad, but I'm not going to ponder that right now. Want to stay chill, PB. I wonder if that email changes at all depending on if you actually try to, pursue / accept PB's romantic advances during that encounter, because we did not. Although this almost implies that we did. Which makes me suspicious that email is identical in either case. Alright, so that's the primary thing we're looking to do, although at this point we probably do have stuff here we can pick up. Possibly even some stuff here. We should be able to do gold missions, assuming that is something that remains of interest. Let's see, you are the best option there. And then for this one, this is not going to be one we can specialize in, so it's going to have to be you. Still 78% from our generalist group, but that's not bad. Okay, so this, I assume it's under development. And is there one for quest items? Yes. Cybernetic device. This device and its accompanying software will compensate for the damage to Elaine Nye's spinal implants, enabling them to function correctly. Okay, so I think we do this. We definitely do that. And then, what's this? A device? Is it the same thing? One we just created? It's also extremely cheap, but... because the blueprints don't go away after we've developed something. So I think that... basically what I'm wondering is, do we have to do both those things? Scan Sanctuary for clues. Find a discrete way to learn Knight's plan. Oh, I did not remember seeing that before. Oh. Okay. So yeah, I think what we'll do now, we will head back, and I'm hoping that by giving Alan...
now orbiting Kadara.
the improvements, the repairs, whatever you want to call them, to his implants, that we can win him over and get him to spill the beans more safely to us. Whereas previously, perhaps he would have ratted us out if we had asked before doing this stuff, but now after we do him a pretty big favor, maybe he'd be more willing to help us out safely, for us at least, and then we might be able to learn the plan without having to do some higher risk things. But we are going to need to head back out. So that means slums should be fine here. See, I'm hoping this is our in. So it's a relatively low-risk way to get more information in that case. Or maybe it's wishful thinking, but... the alternative is you break out the scanner, which we've heard many times before is something that will, in some way, shape, or form, at least potentially, run the risk of us getting caught. Or being more aggressive with asking questions of the people there, which I have no idea the extent to which... actually, we didn't even need to do this, because we can fast travel first. But yeah, I have no idea the extent to which that might be a thing that can get you in trouble. I'm trying to play it safe just in case it is, but I don't know that definitively. And that's, again, why I think this makes sense for us to focus on getting us on Alan's good side first. Is this the right way? Yes. Because, yeah, if it doesn't work...
This area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
If it does not work, then we're going to have to consider doing some more risky stuff. And I'm not sure. I guess I'd probably lean toward asking the questions, but and that might just be an immediate, yeah, good luck, you lose. Like, nice try type of situations. Whereas... Is this the... No, this is not it. Whereas the scanning, it sounds like it's possible to do it without getting caught, but I don't exactly know what it is that causes you to get caught. So I don't know how to avoid that. Do we have to not be in their line of sight? Do we need to be quick? Do we need to limit the number of times that we actively scan? I don't know. You know, maybe with some careful...
This must be the hideout of those hackers who attacked Sam. Everyone remember, these people think their virus worked. Sam's gone, and I'm on their side.
If only.
Problem, Drac?
You know I don't like that widget in your head. You'd be better off without it. But that's not my decision, or the hackers. They don't get to win.
Private channel only once we're in, Sam.
We heard the beginning of that before, I think, but we definitely did not hear that in its entirety. I don't remember if we got cut off by something else. That definitely is a useful reminder. Obviously, we went to double check those things before, so not as big a deal. Actually, can we game the system? We couldn't save inside before. Can we save out here? Okay, now technically does mean we have some ability to save scum now. I would rather not have to do that. I think we try to do this honestly. So yeah, my plan is turn it in to Alan over here. Hopefully that makes him more willing to share important details with us. If not, do we try scanning, like maybe where these guys don't look? I mean, nobody is looking up here because there's no one else up here. So I think if we are at least interested in testing out what the scanner, how the scanner might lead us to failure, we do it up here because at least no one will see us and immediately fail us that way if that is a thing. And we just quickly check to see, all right, is it going to be some kind of bar that increases the more time we have the scanner out, in which case, all right, just need to be quick. Or is it doesn't do anything until we actually press the scan button, and that is what does it, and then theoretically we have time to pick and choose when and where we want to scan. We just need to be very selective about what we do choose to do it on. Let's see. But that's all backup plans.
I put a little something together. This should help fix your implants.
Are you serious? Yeah. Yeah, I can feel my nerves waking up. When Mercury goes down, Mum will lose her mind over this. Thank you.
No problem, Alain.
Alain? It's like the N is silent, basically? Okay, so now that we've done that, what does that change? Nothing directly that we can see. Maybe just by doing that alone, some encounter, some aspect of this mission later on is going to play out a little bit differently, because Alain might be a little bit more on our side rather than siding with the rest of the group here. Or it means that we can do this more safely now. So I think I am going to try this.
Your mother seems to have plans.
Mum's always got plans. A big
How
one.
suspicious do we sound?
Nothing else you can tell me?
Sorry. Mercury is sensitive stuff. I wish I could.
I've got to go.
Thank you again. Mercury. Sounds like a code name for whatever Knight's doing.
This will enable me to find any relevant data quickly.
Oh.
Let's search Knight's console and see what she's up to.
Okay. So, sounds like that was the key information we needed. Now, did that only work because we gave him the extra implant support stuff? Or would he have been willing to share that information even without that? That I don't know of. But that is basically the best case scenario that we were hoping for, so that works. So now, we hack this. Mercury is the keyword. Sam says that will help to do it more quickly and efficiently, but I don't know, is this going to be an automatic type thing, or is there some component that we're going to have to do ourselves manually? Only one way to find out, I suppose.
Security protocols breached.
Bring up anything tagged Mercury.
Files found.
Okay.
Mercury. A strike to prevent any future AI by destroying all quantum computers on the Nexus.
Damn it. You could use those computers to create AI, but right now they run half the station. A lot of people could die. We need to stop Knight. Now. But quietly. Okay?
Okay. Whoa. Alright. Locate EMP devices. Locate EMP devices in the commons area. Locate EMP devices in operations. I assume this is operations. And down there is the commons area. So how do we do that? By scanning? It's the only thing I can think of. Let's just... stumbling around here will eventually lead us to doing that, but I doubt that's the case. I need, like, visual indicator that we can do even without having our scanner out, that at least shows us where we will want to scan, so we can be quick and efficient with it when we do break it out. I don't know. I think we need to break out the scanner, which makes me very nervous. But as we said, if we're gonna do that, we should test it first up here, where at least no one is gonna be looking at us when we do it.
My scanner tripped the AI detector.
I can mask this as an error, but future pings might draw attention.
Maybe there's another way to find out what Knight's planning, if she gives us enough time.
Okay, that was not helpful. Other than telling us that there might be another way. That did not really help. Oh, what happened to the other Turian lady down here that we were talking to before? She disappeared. Okay, do you have anything new to say to us?
Hi again.
Nope.
I've got to go. Thank you again.
Every time we talk to him, do we get another blueprint for it? I assume that was the same blueprint, unless there's some new blueprint that we didn't know about previously. Okay, maybe it's worth taking a look outside real quick. There's a chance that maybe these EMPs are not actually within the facility, but are actually just outside / on top of the facility, but I have no clue. Can we break out the scanner here safely? I don't know. Locate the EMP devices. There are theoretically 3. Or maybe it's 3 in the commons area and in the operations area. How do we... What? We've spoken to everyone we can speak to. We tried scanning, although we got nothing out of it, and Sam said if we try doing it again, then it's going to set off the alarm. Or it did set off the alarm, but he was able to cover it that time, and if we do it again, then he will not be able to cover it, presumably. So how do we... What other means do we have? Ah, okay. You are now outside.
Hello again.
So these were the questions that I deliberately did not ask before because they seemed really suspicious, but I think at this point, we're getting kind of desperate here. This is just so suspicious, though. And this only slightly less so. And we haven't done you any favors, specifically. Unlike Alan, and so I'm... What?
See you later,
What
Liberia.
alternatives do we have?
Bye. Come by anytime.
Scan. Talk to them. Walk around aimlessly trying to scan, or trying to just bump into things. Read data pads? Are there additional data pads that we didn't see? Well, that's not going to tell us where the EMPs are. I mean, this obviously looks suspicious, but... Then I assume if we break out the scanner one more time, then we just immediately fail. I mean, I don't see any, like... It's just not clear what the options are, outside of things that we've consistently been warned are going to cause us to fail. So, in the absence of better alternatives, yeah, I don't really see anything other than asking you right now.
Hello again.
These things that I really didn't want to ask you.
It sounds like Knight is taking all this to the next level.
Oh, yes. Very soon now.
Has she told you anything?
Not much. Alain, her son, would know more.
Alright. Didn't phrase it that suspiciously, thankfully. Then again, didn't really tell us anything that we didn't already know. And we did, of course, end up going to Alain. But this one sounds the worst, though.
It's a relief to be free, but Sam wasn't so bad. Each AI is different.
None of the Geth who attacked the Citadel stopped the others from hurting my little sisters.
That says a lot.
I'm sorry. Sam would have been sorry, too.
Really? It would? Well, thank you.
Okay.
See you later, Liberia.
Bye. Come by anytime.
Alright. So a little bit better than I was expecting, at least from the whole how obvious is it going to be that we're an outsider standpoint. But I honestly don't know what else we can do at this point other than break out the scanner. Because we picked up every data pad. We've walked everywhere around here, so it's not as if there's anything new that we haven't seen yet. So, I mean, we're going to do it, and it might cause us to fail the mission, but I don't see a single alternative. I broke the scanner out around here previously, which maybe is the reason why it triggered. I could break out the scanner down here, but I was concerned about these guys seeing us, which I don't know if that's a thing. But we could hide behind this corner where maybe they can't see us. We're going to do it, though.
The AI detector picked up the scan. That'll be hard to explain away. Blueprints for the computer network on the Nexus. So we don't know what she's planning, but we know where. Damn it.
Heavily armored, close
They
range
must know
combat.
something's up by now. Be ready.
Oh. Okay. So maybe it is also based on how long you have it out for. I don't get it. Like, on one hand, I understand how you're trying to be cryptic about it, and it's supposed to be a sneaky, stealthy mission to a certain extent. And maybe I'm a complete idiot for not seeing what it is that we're supposed to do here, but at the same time...
A military-grade EMP device, normally used to damage electrical equipment.
Okay, I mean, that's one of them. So apparently they look like those DVD players? Oh, hello. I have no idea where that came from. You just sniped me through that. You did, in fact. It's Liberia! No, I like Liberia. Can't go through there anymore. You were my favorite NPC! It didn't have to end like this. Okay, well, we've defeated the hackers. So now I guess we can do this.
It's a schematic for a blue box?
A quantum computer. They serve several purposes, including creating AI.
Yeah, so it seems like ultimately what you had to do was pull out the scanner right next to the computer device-like thing is over here. Scan very quickly, and then put the scanner away. Which, I mean, we kind of just, I pulled the scanner initially over here because I thought that maybe this was going to be important for us to scan because that was the main thing. But it turns out that was not so, and that meant that we basically shot ourselves in the foot a little bit. And then I deliberately tried to hide behind the corner over here, but that didn't help, because it seems like it was just timer-based. And where are the other EMPs? I still don't know. Or are these on the Nexus? Oh, maybe I'm just an idiot for that reason. Because now this is showing up under the Nexus, and maybe this did initially show up under the Nexus category anyway, because that's where we initially got this mission. But does that mean that these are actually the Commons area on the Nexus? Operations in the Nexus? Yeah, that's probably why we're not seeing anything here, because there isn't anything else for us to do here. Alright then, fair enough. Unfortunately, we unnecessarily killed the NPC that I really liked. So now we ask ourselves, what are the consequences of us having completed what was technically an optional component of that mission, where we killed the people here? Because how... That was the sound of one of our squad mates going through the door, I think. But, how nuanced do we think this mission is? Basically, does it matter that we did what was technically a kind of messy and brutal job here, where we killed the people? And, you know, if there's, like, some question of, well, can we make peace between the people who don't like AI and the people who do? And because we killed the people at this facility, are they going to point back to that and go, well, we can't trust the Pathfinder because he killed everyone in this facility, and so clearly that is ultimately what he's going to do at the end of this conflict. And therefore, we can never be allies, and that causes us to either fail or just get a less desirable outcome because we had what was ultimately a pretty silly result here. Or is that going to be water under the bridge by the time we get over to the Nexus and we don't have to worry about it at all? I don't know, but I'm mad? In part at myself for not realizing that it was on the Nexus. And I mean, technically we haven't gotten confirmation of that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. I'm a little bit mad at the game for not making that component more explicit. Because ultimately we did it the hard way, if you will, by going to Elan, getting his, repairing his, implants, and getting the details from him without having to use the scanner at all. And we succeeded in getting the critical information. And then we kind of retroactively failed, potentially. So we did save before going in there. Yes, there's the potential to save scum. In some ways, I'm tempted to do so for that reason, but I think I'll just suffer through it if that is in fact what ends up happening, that we get penalized, punished for doing things the way that we did. I would be kind of mad in that case. Partially at myself. Okay. And this is the one where we've done the hard part, but now we just need to turn things in. Oh no, this is the one where she set us up. She gave us intel. She gave us intel about that place where we're expecting to get some kind of supply drop. Except it was an ambush. And this was a place where we fought some peoples last time. Last time we walked past here, I do believe. pretty easy 350 experience. But now we have the remnant dudes as well. That's where the other ones are. And that time I was just trying out the hovery thing, which yeah, the sniper rifle out, which makes that a lot more clunky to do. Okay, we've been here many times before, so we should not have new things to loot, but you know, a little source of quick experience. Also, that E-Rock is just hanging out behind the Nomad. Don't mind him. I'm actually curious if we can scan this, because this is very glowy. Alright. I'm sorry, dude. Alright. So, let's head over. We are headed in the right direction, right? Yes. But we take a... what would that be? Left from this angle. Shortly. Enemies here. And there's you. It's very dramatic music. We definitely went the higher road, which is hard to find. That's a song quote that, in that context. It's not gonna sound like a song quote, but, yeah. We'll head back over here. Otherwise, people are gonna be like, Lids, it's right there. What do you mean it's hard to find? You're on it right now. Okay, and is the lady who trapped us also the lady, the Turian lady, who is absolutely atrocious at using the metric system? Because if it is, then I've... Wait. Okay, I'm so tempted to write this down. What number did you say? What number did you say? Say it again. I dare you. I have a pen and a piece of paper. Tell me the number. Tell me the number. How many watts? How many watts? A ridiculous number of kilowatts, right? Which is just a ridiculous thing to do, because why would you use kilowatts in that case? I don't know. Now you're not going to talk until I am no longer holding the pen, which is now the case, and then I'm not going to be ready to write it down.
Back again?
That nav point was a setup.
Setup? Was the cache not there?
Oh, yeah, you know, it was. It was. Yeah, don't play innocent.
You sent me into an ambush.
I sent you nowhere. I provided a location. You decided to go there. I'm not responsible for the actions of my other customers.
All right.
Other customers?
I may have sold the nav point to multiple people, but in my defense, I didn't think you'd all show up at once.
Weak defense, indeed.
Oh, great. That makes it all better then.
I don't see why you're so upset. You got
Oh,
your
no.
lessons, and you survived. But I don't like unhappy customers. I'll give you a discount for your trouble. That's more than fair.
Okay. Are these upgrades unique to this location? Allows occupants of the Nomad to detect enemies through obstacles at range 75 meters. Upgrades Nomad shields, allowing for faster regeneration without sacrificing effectiveness. Upgrade shield cells, reduce the time it takes for shields to begin regenerating. I feel like we've seen these before. ESO, Platinum, Pet Model, more resources. Say the number. Say the number. Say the number, I dare you. I totally thought it was one of the Turian people as well. Alright, fine. Be that way. Don't say the number. Okay, so now that's done. Which means... Oh, right, we were gonna go up to the northwest to do a bunch of things over here, and then we got a little distracted with the hackers, who technically we are not done with. I just know that one's gonna come back to haunt me, and I'm gonna be kicking myself for the way that it all played out. But, okay. Let's head up, though. I suppose. Might as well drive. Like, maybe this is marginally closer if we were to fast travel, but then we have a loading screen, so... Is that really any better? I don't know. Perhaps not. Where did we park? Oh, that's where the nomad is. This time we will use the high road. How about that? Okay, now the cat are returning. Or outcast, really. Is it worth fighting them for the Brazilians' time here? I mean, it's a somewhat large dose of experience to fight 2 enemies. Well, I'm sorry. 3 enemies. Where'd the flanky one go? Over there. Oh, that time is only 71 experience? I'm offended. Yeah, the remnant have not respawned. And now I'm disoriented. Right. Turn right. Just zoom past this guy. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about him. Now we're going north from here. North and slightly westerly. Is that something? It's not one of the hidden caches. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, we should sell that on. Oh, I vaguely remember this spot. Okay. Yep. We have been here before. Is there anything down to the south? I mean, there's a hidden cache there, which is probably extremely well hidden. I'm kind of curious to try to track that down, but maybe now is not the time. Let's seek out all that stuff. Went up here once before, very briefly at least. Obviously, we did not complete all these quests. Some of them are quick. I think one was a mineral. One was also relatively minor. There's a memory trigger here, I think, as well. It's the relatively quick and minor thing. But the significant one, I think, is the closest. What's this one? Angaran relic of some variety? Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're about to get to this one. Oh! Well, I think we know what this is all about, then. A group of settlers have created a cult to worship a massive machine they call Old Skinner. Okay, I think we know what Old Skinner is then. Their leader, Bishop, left to pay tribute in the Currents Valley, but has not returned. Okay. I mean, we were saying before we got here that it seems as though there is an architect in every planet, or on every planet somewhere, and we just haven't found the ones on some of the other planets just yet. We've done Eos, we've done Eladin. We did not previously have any indication of where the Kedara one would be, but I think that has changed. I mean, don't think we need to scan it to know what this is. By the time we get close enough to scan it, then we know what's gonna happen. Well, we got some Remnant tech. Did we really only just get the Remnant Architect info? I'm actually curious to read on that. Let's see. What is that under? Andromeda species? Yes. Interfacing, data core, creators, breacher, decryption, destroyer, architect. Okay. A rare and awe-inspiring sight. Architects are colossal remnant constructs that burst from the ground using multiple element zero cores to hover and attack from above. They dwarf buildings and ground vehicles, and their armor is impenetrable to all known small arms fire, including mass accelerator rounds. Only the power cores on an architect's body appear vulnerable, and even they show signs of self-repair capabilities given enough time. Each architect is armed with multiple defensive systems, each extremely dangerous. Ferrofluid reservoirs and manufacturing peripherals allow it to create smaller remnant units to swarm enemies. Its most devastating attack is an electrically charged energy burst that swarms with fluidly replenishing shrapnel, overcharging shields, then shredding a target. Though an architect cannot be destroyed, I mean, you're just saying that. You don't know that. Disabling its power cores will ground it, giving it an opportunity to interface with its central processor and reprogram its current directives to compel it to leave. The name Architect precedes their initial sighting. PB claims she theorized the existence of a remnant that was responsible for excavating the space needed for vaults, and for building other remnant infrastructure. These architects, simply by size alone, appear to fit that profile. Okay. Alright, that's a little more of the context that it felt like we just never really got about these guys. We've really not been this far up? I mean, I think we went down the southern route when we were up here before. We saw that there was something up in this general area. I don't know if it was this that was available at the time, or maybe just the memory trigger, because that should have shown up, right? These two, I suppose. I don't think we would have had this, because we surely would have seen... I assume the Architect only shows up once you've activated this mission, in which case, it wouldn't have been here when we first drove past. Otherwise, I am blind. Oh, it's a mining spot. Imagine that.
Another eidetic trigger, Sam?
One of your father's memories is now accessible. Return to Sam Node on the Hyperion to investigate further.
We have a lot of those that are available that were not before, right?
Hit the legs!
Oh, is it down now?
It's huge!
Yup. Okay. Oh, cool. Sure, we'll go into the water to get the titanium. And that was the sound of our mining stuff, not of the Architect. Okay, but I imagine we're gonna be going around here quite a bit, by the looks of things. So as is usually the case, these guys tend to fly around. Oh. That's not good. Have we ever seen it use an attack like that before? Is that just because we're further away from it? It only starts using other attacks once we're closer?
More of them!
Perhaps? Ow. Okay, that's maybe not a great thing to do when we're about to die. Are we safe here? I don't think we're safe here. Much as I want us to be safe here. Can't tell if this is actually hitting that or not. Hello. Goodbye. Was that actually doing stuff? Also, it's not lining up anymore. They're supposed to hit you in the face now, because that's usually what happens. I don't know. I'd appreciate if life bars would start showing up. Hello, Architect. I mean, I'm guessing that's the case. I'm supposed to go for the head now. Oh, except...
Go for the legs!
Now we go for the legs. And now you actually show us the light bar. Okay. That's more like it. Oh. Okay.
Now's our chance!
Oh, hello. Nope, nope. You can open that mount back up. And we've also, at least I have never deliberately targeted one of the enemies that it spawned in. We're still hitting your head? No, now I think we're going back to the other legs? Question mark? Just casually. Now this while we're at it. I think your head is still kind of open here, but you're not seeing any life bar anymore. But your legs also don't look exposed. Also, I definitely strongly prefer the place that we were standing before. Again, it's a cool fight, don't get me wrong, but it kind of lacks the critical feedback. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be doing this right now. There we go. It's just a matter of waiting. Run out of cloak at a very unfortunate time here. Hello. That was very close. Hello, goodbye. Yeah, I will move. I don't blame you. Also, that geyser is actually hurting us.
Ahead! Just ahead!
Alright. Will do. That doesn't look good. Okay, so does that mean the head is done? Are we moving on to a leg now? We're gonna get mad and move.
Multiplying!
So once again, do not see any life bars. Sure, get some of these guys, I guess. You were just kind of chilling there. So, like, is this doing anything? I don't know.
For the legs!
Do we actually need to destroy the enemies that he creates? I didn't think so, but maybe that's what dictates when the ow, when the legs actually become exposed. Oh, was that was the geyser, is why that did that. Okay, that looks promising.
Over the head.
Maybe don't stand here though.
Logan needs help!
I think Drac temporarily kind of sort of died, except that he can revive himself. Also doesn't look like something I want to be standing right next to.
Multiplying!
I mean, the fact that they call it out as well like that. Hello, we're just gonna casually walk straight into your mouth. Don't really have an alternative here. But yeah, don't really have. Or well, the fact that it's calling that out makes me think that it actually is a requirement that you take out the enemies that it spawns. Not just a coincidence that it spawns them, or well, not just a, you know, way to make the match, the encounter more difficult. It's like, does something happen as soon as we take you out? I mean, we do see another one. That would explain why there seems to be such awkward increments before these come back up. I don't know. Pretty sure that you were aiming for, ow, ow. Drac and you hit us. Might have been because we kind of walked under. Goodbye. This leg is about to go down.
Bring it down.
So you're flying away now? Probably. Take a brief moment. Restore some stuffs. Alright, what direction did you go in? Drac is down. Alright, well, I mean, this is a convenient time to get him back up. And I do theoretically like this spot for this encounter. It is cool how they have made a point of choosing places with interesting terrain in which to have these, thanks, Drac. It's very observant of you. Pick that up from so far away. Fire explosion felt like it actually did something that time. Okay. Head again? Oh, no. I guess we have... I didn't really think about it that much in the past. About when it specifically went up to run away, but it does actually run away specifically when you destroy a leg. And I guess you can weaken a bunch of legs without destroying them. And it won't move yet. But then it means that when you get back to the next encounter with it, it'll be in range for you to destroy the legs more quickly. Like this one's already weakened. Which I assume is because we've already tried hitting it before. That was not great. Hello. I'd like to get over this. There we go. This one is almost down. Kind of, sort of. So now it's getting pretty quick. Besides the part where, you know, there's that. Yeah, please don't aim at me. I don't appreciate that. I did accidentally go down there. That was
Interface, we got your back.
not that bad, I guess. The first section, as I was just saying, way longer than all the others, because I guess we split the damage quite a bit between the various legs. we go. Away goes the architect. Nexus threshold. We have reached it. Multiple installments of experience.
That's it for now.
Oh. What do we have here? And in the past, I think we've determined that the architects give us are the source for one of the really powerful types of. Is it technically a? I guess it's a mod, not an augmentation. Although, this is the augmentation that we tried to optimize our weapons around, but the game just would not let us use it. This is the new one. Okay, some melee damage. The one we got first was tech damage, which we're actually currently using. I think we got one for biotic damage from the other previous architect, and now this one is melee, and in every case it gives you a decent, a good, very good source of damage for a specific type of ability, and then all the other ones get a penalty. So we have tech, we have biotic, and now we have melee. I do like melee. I just don't really intend to do it on our campaign with this specific Ryder setup, but when we eventually do multiplayer Andromeda, then I think we should be probably doing that a lot more. Okay, so let's see. No, we don't need that, apparently. I mean, surely there's some loot to be had here, beyond just restoring ammo and what have you. We obviously got the big one from the architect itself. I don't know. See more over there. That, I think, is also just restoring health and what have you. Okay, well, I mean, we know that there's... We should just get back in the Nomad, I suppose. We know there's... Oh! Wait. That technically wasn't this? I assumed that the massive machine that they were worshipping was the architect, and therefore that was this mission, although I guess it was technically some other... We did have one other quest here, but it was... I guess just some kind of scanner. It was a scanner with some kind of remnant pickup, I think we had heard. So I guess makes some sense. And this might still be the architect that those people were worshipping. Into blast shield. Okay. Let's get the Nomad, which is somewhere over here. Tempted to see if we can swim. Maybe that is playing with fire. And this is a cool area. Way that it is sort of one of the larger clearings.
This area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Okay, so titanium is our preference, and we saw that we got some of that previously. So, if that is something we're paying attention to, that's the direction we'd like to go in. That was interesting. Yes, that's a humongous amount of copper, don't get me wrong, but I just don't think we really care much about it. Also, that's an Garin relic. Okay, we should probably go back for these ones first, and then we'll head over to this one. So yeah, we did technically go to the opposite side of this area, but what's it back? It's a non-zero amount of titanium, but not a huge amount either. Probably on top of the water where you get it, as was kind of the case before. So this is not ideal for Nomad, at least. Guess we're going this way. I hear some titanium. Right where we fought the architect. In the water. I bet in the water is best. Right? 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 See? See? Okay, hold on. $56 is, that's a decent amount. Okay, but we are now heading back this way. Oh, zoom. Into the water we go, perhaps. We're fine, don't worry about it.
Undocumented mineral nearby, Pathfinder.
You're not wrong. No, it's back. A little more over here. Ah, what's that? More iridium. And now, theoretically, we only need 2 more of those. Which would be pretty nice.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources.
Not
you
anymore,
can extract
can't.
minerals via your mining interface.
Okay, so where is this? Slightly more in this direction. No, it's on the other side. It is on the side we were looking around before. But it seems like we drove right past it on numerous occasions, which is strange. That's something we need to scan for. And it's probably this dead guy. Slash his datapad.
Great one. Turn your gaze upon me. Accept this tribute.
Oh.
Reshape the world in your... Wait! Great one! Wait! Ah! Ah!
Must be Bishop.
Let's report back to Christmas.
Okay. Christmas is the leader of this outpost here. Okay, so that was actually pretty quick. But now, I don't know how big of a deal this is going to be. Something incongruous with the surrounding terrain. Recommend detailed scan. Ingaran relic. Oh, okay. This was something that exists on several planets. The Ingaran lady from Aya wanted us to track down resources. The Sheen archaeologist? Something like that. But I'm pretty sure they were spread out, yes. But generally do not require much beyond just a scan and a scan alone. That is a lot of copper. But like I said, I'm a titanium kind of guy. I am titanium. Okay, now admittedly though... Yeah, we need to turn around. And go back up this way. What's this? This is not the thing, this odd rock formation. Alright, if you say so. Where is it then? Because it's further west. Off-roading? Whoa, okay, hold on. Yeah? I mean, more of the same, apparently. Okay, but maybe don't risk falling down this whole thing. Oh, no. I may have messed up. We may now need to go all the way around. Unless there is a better way to get back up. Like perhaps here where it is slightly less steep. Come on, speed! Speed is key!
Avela mentioned sites like this might contain Angaran relics. We should search it.
Alright, we totally did not deserve to be able to get back up here so easily, but we did. This looks like the Geth sniping outpost from Mass Effect 1. Oh, okay. Container. Low value salvage. Ugh, gross. Thought this place was supposed to be special. Here you are giving me the low value salvage. Oh. Stairs. More low value salvage. I am offended. I am offended. And that's a little bit better. High value salvage. Okay, we'll take it. And this is the key thing. It's an Angaran musical instrument. Melody producing device composed of 84% polycarbonate frame, 12% energy conducting monofilaments, and 4% sound amplification circuitry. This device appears to require an Angaran's bioelectrical discharge to produce sound. Alright, well, let's pick it up.
This may be an Angaran musical instrument.
Let's show it to Avela.
Oh, no, apparently this is the first one that we've gotten of this variety. For this quest. Oops. Eladin and Vold. Other places we're still expecting to find something like that. Are they all just going to be different instruments? And eventually, we're just going to create a band that uses old remnant, forbidden remnant technology to start a new genre? We're going to call it Remnant Rock.
At the beacon, I'm guessing they're not friendly.
They won't negotiate.
Okay. Care to explain who you are referring to? Because otherwise, I think we were about to head out. And perhaps fast travel back to the outpost, but probably you. Huh? Oh, this is where the worst mission in the game brought us. Now, probably still the worst mission in the game, although it has some contenders for that title. Okay, I think we just fast travel. Technically, we didn't need to go here to fast travel, but I think we fast travel back to, where are you? The settlement. Because we have at least one thing we need to turn in here. With Christmas. Now, where is he? Great question. The obvious answer is, I don't know.
Hello, Ryder.
It's not you. I mean, I suppose there is a chance that someone has something new to talk to us about. It's not out of the question. It's the same building, but different entrance, right? Yeah. Christmas. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree.
Thought you were going to stop picking fights.
I didn't start it. They were messing with Eratus. I had to do something.
So you picked a fight.
Yeah, maybe.
Pathfinder, good to see you.
Just seeing if you had
Keep up
anything
the
new
good
to
work.
talk to us about, but apparently not.
Thank you, Pathfinder.
Okay. We checked there, right? That's where we just were? I mean, there's a chance it's on the second floor. In fact, we probably should check the second floor. That's not him, though.
Step away from this composition analysis.
Let me rephrase that. Pathfinder's making the rounds. If you can step away from your rock collection for...
They're drill core samples. Not a rock. Oh, he's here. Pathfinder.
Hey.
Name's Riff. Mining engineer for Outpost Teon.
Is this the first time we've spoken to you?
Christmas giving you a hard time?
Always. But that's just
You
his
know
way.
how he is this
I don't
time of
mind.
year. No, we definitely have spoken to you before. Now I'm like, extremely self-conscious about how I use the word speak. But, spoken... He's correct. But, apparently we have spoken to you before.
Good chatting with you, Riff.
Anytime, Pathfinder.
Despite the intro to that conversation really making it seem like we'd never spoken. Okay, can we... If we activate this quest, does that show us where he is? Or is it technically now complete and so it's not actually going to tell us? No. I don't think so. I think it's just a guessing game here. We'll find him, don't worry about it. Been there? Been there. Excuse me, could you please direct me toward Mr. Christmas Tree? And no one wants to chat with us in here. That did not exactly work the way that I expected it to, but okay. It's not here? This looks like a very Christmassy type of place. Woods, you don't even know Christmas. You don't know him like that. What are you talking about? Christmas and I, we go way back. Okay, now I'm getting extremely disoriented. I don't think we've been here yet, but I could be very wrong about that. Also, hello to say hello to my foot in your face.
Is there someone else I can talk to? Not unless you feel like taking it up with Sloan.
We spoken with you?
Nix. I was wondering when you'd show up.
Do you know everyone?
Drew worked the stockrooms on the Nexus. Guess this explains why you never sent me those regulators, Seneca.
Got busy with the move, but I set them aside for you. Knew the Pathfinder would show up eventually.
Okay, we have spoken to you before, but apparently not with Nyx.
See you around, Drew.
Keep fighting the good fight, Pathfinder.
That's kind of cool. Haven't seen too many of those, or at least there have been some instances in which we've suspected that dialogues may vary depending on which squad mates you have with you, or in some cases you're required to have certain squad mates with you, so you're kind of forced into that, but that time, just organically. Okay, where the heck is Christmas? Is he up there? At this point, if he's not up here, then I legitimately am going to have to double back to buildings that I thought we'd already been to. And he's definitely over here.
Pathfinder, keeping out of trouble?
Of
Pathfinder?
Of
How's it going?
course. Old Skinner, he's not looking so good anymore.
Old Skinner is no more.
I heard. Shame about Bishop. He was crazy, but a good worker.
Okay, that's very matter of fact about
Thanks
someone's
for the update,
death.
Christmas.
Anytime.
Alright, we really did not even need to do that, by the looks of things. It really did not matter at all, but okay. Fine, Christmas, be that way. Oh. Really wanted to blow this thing up, but it won't let me pull out my weapon, nor will it allow me to melee. Unless we kick it off the edge, and the power of gravity will have it explode, except now it does not allow me to kick it anymore. There will be no more kicking allowed in this establishment. We've received too many reports about stray travelers jetpacking and kicking people in the face. Now it is strictly forbidden. Okay. So, in that case, what do we have left? Our final plant sample? Oh. I mean, we have to, right? And then... Oh. I mean, this description seems really similar to the one that we had somewhere over here-ish, where we apparently purchased the information about where a cache was, and it was the ambush, and we spoke to the lady who we thought was the one who was giving all the terrible power readings over here. And she said, like, oh no, I just sold the information to someone else as well. It's not my fault that they happened to show up at the same time and try to kill you. No, totally not. That's nowhere near her voice, but alas. Yeah, so is it actually a nav point that we got from the same person? In which case, I think we have a pretty good idea what to expect there. Otherwise, it may still be something kind of similar. Outcast recruit named Grayson Wessler wrongly banished Remy. This is the guy in Kedarchitect who we were talking to a little while ago. Agreed to help track Remy down before Cadus finds out about Grayson's mistake. Okay, so then there's also the general question of how much more room and stuff is there in Kedarchitect over here? Because that's a very large chunk of the map, at least. However, is it basically all blocked off by invisible walls and or very tall mountains and there's nothing of any significance over there? Or is this a large section that we just haven't seen yet and there actually is a bunch of stuff that we don't even know about yet? That I don't know, but if we do go to this forward station and seek these things out, we will perhaps start to get a better sense of that. This, unfortunately, is not really close to any of the fast travel spots, so we might need to go here, backtrack, and then double back to get that stuff. I mean, either way, guess we're traveling here. I would like to get the final version of that stuff. the plants. Okay. Surely we got this, right? If we didn't, I'd have some serious questions to ask of myself. Okay. So, let's get this first. It's the final one, which is something that, it's north we're trying to go, right? There were so many of the rocks and the plants and what have you that it really felt like that was just never going to happen, that we were going to finish, but perhaps we can make that happen now. However, before that happens, first we must crash into that. Ow, rude. Also, don't run away from me when I'm trying to claim you. Get back here, young man. There's a lot of dots. I kind of thought they were mostly over there. They're kind of all hanging out there. This would be a moment, great moment, for using an actual sniper rifle, not one that you've accidentally reduced the range of by turning into a laser beam. In fact, this might have even been the first place where we tried out the Black Widow, because I'm pretty sure it was in a situation similar to, ow, similar to this. Ow. In Kadara. How dare you throw a grenade at me like that? There's more over here still? Wow. There's a ton of them. Hey, friends. How's it going? Okay, I think they might be all dead now. I mean, surely we've been in here, right? Maybe not? Because we definitely would have found that. And maybe this door was just locked. I suppose that is possible. That we were able to explore outside, but not go inside. Did we get their insurance information? Can one of you guys check real quick? Oh. 1 second. Don't run over their remains, that would be disrespectful. But you know we're gonna do this. We need to switch though. Where exactly is this? Down here, I think? Yes. Oh! Ooh, okay. Apparently, we may not have been here before, and there may be a new quest for us. That's very intriguing. I mean, that looks important, whatever that is.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources.
Also, apparently, there are
You can
resources here.
extract minerals via your mining interface.
Hey, dude.
We've got targets!
Oh, goodness! Look out! He's going up. That's a container. As for whether it's one that we can loot, that I'm not sure of. But hey, it's a new area. Yes, we can. New little area. Might as well investigate a bit. this is theoretically kind of sort of the edge of the area, but... Anything else hiding here? Or was it basically that container is sort of the reward for being thorough when you explore in that direction? Perhaps that is the case. Okay, but obviously... There's this place. But it's locked. Okay, so I imagine whatever quest it is that is available over there is likely to send us back over here. We're probably approaching it from the opposite angle you'd usually approach it from. Typically, I imagine you would find this quest by following the path, rather than vaulting over the mountains from the opposite side. But hey, what do I know? That's it over there. You're gonna try to cause some trouble. But Trouble is my middle name. Okay, let's get the plant and then we'll investigate.
Pathfinder, my
Whoa.
sensors read an Andromeda plant sample nearby.
My controller was vibrating even before I pulled out the scanner because there was so much over here. But again, I mean, technically titanium is what we care about, so I don't know. We might deliberately try to wait. Okay, now this is actually not a good spot. Our scanner is not... The plant, at least, is not going very aggressively right now. Granted, it also started going down once we went in this direction, so it's definitely not over here. Also, this real core just cannot be bothered to avoid being set on fire. No, don't melee the Nomad. Ryder, no. Titanium in the water? No? Oh. Titanium in this water? Not really. Okay, whoa, hold on. That was it. Okay, I see it. It's this purple thing. Alias Flora, tentative classification. Ruberia majora, excuse me, Vetra. Other submitted names: Long coral, crimson long frond. Nutritional content, medium. This plant has a high protein content, though its tough fibers and thick roots would require a long cooking time.
You've gathered sufficient samples for Dr. Camden to continue his work, forwarding the results.
Good. Now he can keep up with his gardening.
Botany.
Same thing.
Alright, do we turn that in person as well, or is that just alright, that's all you need type of situation?
Resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Maybe we will. Nab some copper. There's not seem to be much in the way of titanium anywhere around here. This is probably, that's definitely a person in there. Looks like a Krogan jumping around. I don't know what to make of that. This is definitely where the quest is. No saving allowed, obviously. Exile.
Counterforce targeting is a strategic approach to destroy the enemy's command structure and military forces. Deeper extrapolation on the matter is ongoing.
Okay, he's a...
Describes the behaviors or characteristics that violate societal norms. Further examination will be necessary.
Who put this data pad here? It's not mine. Why do things keep appearing like this? It wasn't here yesterday, or the day before. Things keep changing.
Deviance describes the behaviors or characteristics that violate societal norms.
Okay, it seems like they're acting a little funny.
Greetings. Error. That interaction is not understood. Report logged.
What the heck? You talk like a robot.
Is anyone listening? Why are you all talking like that?
Greetings. Error. That interaction is not understood. Report log.
What the heck?
What's happening here?
Who are you? Is this your datapad? Are you one of them?
Alright, let's calm down for a second. Let's use our words.
Easy. Whatever's going on, I'm not part of it.
We'll see. Everyone's acting crazy, spouting all that nonsense. I can't remember how it started. I'm not even sure how I got here.
What do you mean?
Nobody's in their right mind. And there are these people, others. They showed up and they left this datapad.
Huh? Are you okay? Because it sounds like these data pads are doing something to mess with your brain waves.
You feeling all right?
Terrible migraines. They strike without warning. I think it's them.
They're being indoctrinated.
Say, we left the datapad behind. Ugh. I'm fine now. I'm sorry to trouble you. It was nothing. Be seeing you.
Mind games. I don't know if I want to read this datapad. And okay, we do return to Dr. Camden at the Nexus at Hydroponics for that stuff. Because after going through the trouble of scanning all that stuff, I did not want us to just have Sam go, oh, okay, don't worry about it, you're done, and never have anything about it again. I want that cathartic moment of being able to go, yes, we have scanned all corners of the galaxy and we have found the bazillion things that you asked us to find. Okay, so is this going to immediately curse us? Probably. The Krogan and Asari show no signs of neural disruption. I beg to differ on that. Their patterns remained entrained. The Solarian shows signs of some resistance with occasional breaks in pattern. We'll likely need to adjust for Solarian physiology. To be on the safe side, entry code has rotated to 9XA2. What the heck? Okay, don't mind us as we just casually scan you.
He exhibits relatively normal brain activity, though there are signs of highly elevated stress.
What can we do for them?
Nothing immediate, though if you scan others, I may be able to locate the source of the signal.
Highly unusual synaptic activity in brain. External high frequency detected. Contains large data packets. An unknown signal is targeting the brain and interfering with mental activity. They are actually mind controlling you from afar?
They exhibit unusual brain activity. An outside signal is affecting their thought process. Further scans are required.
Okay, it didn't really give us any incremental information.
This person shows signs of the same outside interference. I have now traced the source of the signal, marking the nav point on your map.
I assume it's that, yeah, spot that we saw before. Oh. What? Okay, I mean, that's a really big bubble. Like a really big bubble. But there is a building that was previously locked. Oh, wait, what? There's potentially still more things that we can scan here? I'm surprised to see this because I thought the place where we were planning to scan is quite a ways away and would be well out of range for us to get those signals. So I'm thinking of that place. Should I completely ignore the fact that our scanner's acting up a little bit at the moment? I think I will.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
It is getting stronger. Oh, okay, was that the sound of the mining thing? Because I definitely heard something. Oh. I mean, assuming that it's this. Unless it isn't. Yeah, it is. Just kind of odd how far away the scanner still was picking it up. Which made me think that it was going to be something right nearby, and obviously it wasn't. Or, I mean, it wasn't in and around the same building. It was in a separate building. But what is going on here? Because these scientists have a lot to explain, and there are now enemies showing up. I mean, before we speak to the scientists, though, obviously we're going to scan all of their facilities. Electromagnetic processor converts computer data into electromagnetic patterns for broadcasts. I mean, yeah, you're like very deliberately mind controlling these people from a building away. But were they test subjects? Gave us some research data. Magnetic resonance interpreter. This machine allows for detailed analysis and examination of brain patterns. Because it seems like perhaps those people were voluntary test subjects. Then they sent them over to the other building, and they're using this processor to send electromagnetic signals to them to see if whatever their system is functioning, and in some cases it does seem as though it is.
What the hell are you doing to those people out there?
It's an experiment.
Physically, no harm has come to them. They're fine.
You know, at a certain point, the line between physical and mental gets a little bit blurred. If you're messing with their brains enough so that they are completely crazy, then not really sure that that's a sound argument anymore.
You're doing all this on purpose? Are you insane?
We've been called worse back home.
We used to work for an organization called Cerberus.
Oh! Yeah, no, that doesn't
Until our
surprise
boss
me.
decided he'd rather spend money on truly crazy ideas like bringing back people from the dead.
Project Lazarus. Pure voodoo.
I know, right? Imagine if they did that and it
Andromeda,
actually
we're our
worked and
own
brought back the main
masters, and
character.
what you saw out there, it's the birth of something amazing. A biological network.
A host of minds all linked together. Connected. We're harnessing the power of consciousness to create a new kind of supercomputer.
I would love to see you talk to the hacker people who are deathly afraid of AI. That would be quite a conversation. Okay, so what can we learn here? We'll start broad. We'll start broad, and then we'll narrow it.
What are you doing on Kadara?
The Badlands is a perfect place to do the work that needs to be done.
The Badlands is a perfect place to do bad work.
Be done.
Against all these new threats in Andromeda, it's vital we find an edge for humanity.
Okay, and Cerberus is, of course, a pro-human extremist group from Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. So, not terribly surprised, and actually fitting, that there's that pro-humanity little component. Justification behind what they're doing. Alright, well, let's talk about Cerberus then.
What is Cerberus about?
Purity. We think humanity should chart its own course, free of alien laws or the morality designed to hold us back.
Our boss was straying from the path, lost his focus. He and that Lawson woman were recruiting all the wrong people. Friends in low places.
Andromeda is a chance for a do-over. Humanity should call the shots here. The rest can follow our lead.
Yeah, I mean... It's another example of... Did they not screen the people going on the Andromeda Initiative beforehand? Like, you'd think... Cerberus is, by many accounts, a terrorist group, and understood by most people in the galaxy as just that. So you would think that if these people were trying to sign up for the Andromeda Initiative, that they would... That would come up at some point, or at least through at least some basic background checks, the people running the program would see that, and would probably not allow these people onto the initiative in the first place, because then, you know, the whole thing where you have to start colonizing a galaxy from scratch with collaboration between most of the major species from the Milky Way galaxy, including humans, but including many other species as well. You'd think that maybe there would be some concerns about those conflicting values, that, you know, perhaps the people who had previously worked for Cerberus might cause some issues in the future, and that is exactly what's happening here, and to which I say, that is extremely predictable, and it was extremely stupid to invite these people, allow these people on the initiative in the first place. Is Catherine Nye the name of one of these people? Or is that the name of the hacker person? Because it might be. Because as I was saying, that would be really interesting to see these two people talking with the hacker group as well.
Funny. I met a woman named Catherine Nye. She was fighting against the sort of thing you're doing here.
We know about her. She got caught up in the Cerberus project back home. Overlord. Gavin Archer and that bunch.
Good idea, poor execution. This will be different.
It sounds extremely similar, to be honest with you.
What exactly is this experiment doing to those people out there?
The right energy focused at the right frequency can entrain a person's consciousness. The mind is ultimately just electromagnetic patterns.
You mean mind control?
Those people were banished. They're criminals. They were using their minds to make
And you
trouble
are too.
anyway. We thought we'd make better use.
And now, by linking them
Oh my
together,
God.
they're like a living computer, but working at the speed of thought. Similar to the computer you've got in your head.
Yeah, they're criminals, so, like, we can do anything to them, right? And that's totally justified. We can commit... I don't even know if this... I mean, cruel and unusual punishment. 1,000%. So if they were in the US, these people would be in a whole boatload of trouble. But, you know, this is like... It's a war crime territory here.
Enough of this. Sam?
I've located the
Oh, it's
control for the
torture.
signal. It will shut the experiment down.
We can't stop you, but those people depend on the signal now. Their minds need it to function. Leave them be.
Oh, yeah, no, they're totally physically fine. They're totally physically fine. It's just mental. Don't worry about it. Oh, by the way, they also 100% depend on it, and if you shut it down, they're gonna die. Oh my god. What's up, Anor? Every time you come in, it is right when ridiculous things are happening, like this. So these people have mind-controlled some people in the next building over, not that far away, who are, yes, acting very, very strangely. These people try to justify it with just ridiculous claims. With a combination of just complete lack of logic, morals, and also just they're just blatant hypocrites as well. So, alright, you know. I guess we're gonna turn off the... I'm curious, actually, if this says, do we have a choice in the matter? Alter the mind control signal. Because, I mean, it tried to make us feel guilty about... Or at least this guy tried to make us feel guilty about it. Like, oh, no, you can't do it because you're gonna kill the people if you do it. It's like, okay, well, does that... Are you gonna even give me the option to choose to believe you? Because I don't, but I was expecting at least some resistance.
How do we shut this experiment down, Sam?
I can tune the signal against the scientists as punishment, freeing the people. The victims will likely suffer complications as a result. Or I can alter the nature of the signal to ease the victim's predicament, unlock the system from further changes.
Or I could just walk away and do nothing.
Okay, here it is. So walk away. Walk away, do nothing, means they continue this sick experiment. I don't want to do that. We can turn it against the scientists, which is the ultra-aggressive, hey, you reap what you sow kind of situation. Not so funny when it happens to you, right? Now you see how terrible it was. Oh, wait, no, your brains don't work anymore, so you don't know any better anyway. Whereas this, so that's kind of violent, absolutely eye for an eye type of situation. Whereas this is more the peaceful, diplomatic solution of probably not completely fixing the situation altogether, but at least making it a little bit better for the people who are currently being mind-controlled. So, if you're feeling like you're out for blood, then this is obviously the answer. Which, normally I would not do. On the other hand, it is really tempting. It is really tempting to do on this occasion. Peace or instant karma? Peace or instant karma? I mean, I was having a conversation with the ghost of John Lennon, actually, just mere moments ago, and he was telling me that instant karma's gonna get you.
Turn the signal against these bastards. Make it hurt.
Okay, like, obviously
What
that's
did you do? What?
pretty cruel.
What's happening? The river Styx runs through this level of hell, and in it are punished the wrathful and the gloomy. The former are forever lashing out.
At each other piecemeal with their teeth. The latter are gurgling in the black mud, slothful and sullen, withdrawn from the world.
Okay, so obviously,
The river Styx runs
that's
through
really
this
cruel,
level of hell,
and,
in it are punished the wrathful and the
in IRL, if I were given that choice, I would not do it. On the other hand, in the world of Mass Effect, I was curious to see what... Oh, we have definitely trapped ourselves. We have not trapped ourselves. I was very curious to see what was going to happen. And, I don't know. I leave it up to you. Worth it? Not worth it? Would you have done that? But again, usually I would not do that.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources.
You know, you can think of
You
it
can
from
extract minerals via your mining interface.
the standpoint of the original trilogy. The option we took was definitely the Renegade option, not the Paragon option. Let's see what these people are like now, though.
The voice, it's gone. Lost. So lost. All of us lost. Never find our way. No light. No guiding light.
Okay.
It's gone. Oh, lost. So lost. All of us lost. Never find our way. No light. Oh, no guiding light.
The voice, it's gone. Lost. All of us lost. So lost. Never find our way. No
Okay, so
light.
basically the same like line for all of them. But so I guess not only did we cause more destruction by spreading this mind control-y thing to the scientists who were trying to create it, we also, by not easing the troubles of the people over here, technically, they're not really much better. They're not afflicted by it anymore, but the after effects are very much hitting them. As the scientists had told us, you know, but don't worry about it. No, it's not physical. It's not physical. They'll be fine. They'll shake it off. It's no big deal. Obviously. I don't know what you're getting so worked up about. Well, also that is a little mineral that we can pick up. Okay, insert Nirvana reference.
This area can be mined for resources.
To
You can
accompany
extract
John Lennon
minerals
reference?
via your mining interface.
That is a lot. But it's not a very valuable one. But it is a lot. Okay, so at this point, oh wow, there's basically two overlapping zones, I think. But at this point, oh right, we technically still want to circle back here because this was an unexpected quest. We did not even know that that existed. But, I mean, I'm definitely glad that we saw that one. It was an interesting one. You know, I think in the name of science, I think it was interesting to see the option that we chose. However, you know, in a more realistic scenario, I probably wouldn't. In a more serious scenario, I probably would not have gone that direction. Okay, so let's go this way. And once again, we have a nav point of some variety. Cold hard
If they're
cache.
collecting junk, these outlaws won't have a faction. Keep your guard up.
But as was the case recently when we had a mission much like this,
We've got targets.
it was a bit of a trap, an ambush. Hello. So, not terribly surprised to see that there are a lot of enemies here as well. Technically, apparently two separate groups. fix them. Unless we did kill them all just then. No, we have not. So first subset down. Where is this? Is that second one down as well just then? Separate instance of more damage? Oh yeah, because this is not a human.
That's that.
Okay, combat over. But what is the deal with this spot? That's just a generic engine, the likes of which we've seen many times before. Same with that. And if this is the spot, right? No, actually it isn't. Okay, well, I take it back then. This is just a random location, or at least shouldn't be surprised that this is less significant, because it is not tied to the quest. Okay, let's carry on in that case. Oh, that was... I did hold the jump back button, but apparently there was a rock that made it the world's most disappointing jetpack. Okay, so we have not been here before. I think the furthest we've been in this direction is that forward station. So yeah, that outpost that we just went to, had never seen that before, and this is all uncharted territory. So keep your eyes peeled for things of note. There is an enemy here. Is it an
Hostiles ahead!
outlaw, or is it just that beast? That beastie boy of the intergalactic planetary variety? Is that the first time? That's probably not the first time I've made that reference. Probably not the first time I've made that reference in Andromeda.
This technology is not registered to either of Kadara's factions, Pathfinder.
Oh. Did this E-Rock build these buildings? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay, well, let's get a little closer, shall we? Also, there's apparently another enemy over here. Eh? Where? I hear it. The heck? Because it's below me. Oh, there must... I bet there's a cave system. I bet there's a cave system. And so... It's underneath this mountain, is where that is. But it really looks like it's right next to us. And in some ways it is. There's just a cave. Or some ground in between us. And that beast of whatever variety it may be. Okay, but there are definitely a lot of people here.
I think we're done.
I don't. So, it's one way to make a dramatic entrance track. Okay. Alright, we can inch a little closer. We can get the Nomad a little closer. Before everyone takes notice of us. Okay, everyone has now taken notice of us. Hello! That's an Audi. That is a beastie boy. Okay. I don't see anyone else at the moment. Drac is potentially still making a big deal. Is it once again because of the beast that we suspect is below / beside us somewhere?
This is where the nav point led us? A terminal?
Don't think they're gonna invite us in for coffee?
Defeat Johan and his gang of where's Johan? And where are his exiles? And who is Johan, by the way? What does he want with us? Let's see. Shipping notice. Got almost all the weapon caches accounted for. I'll forward them to your camp as soon as I have the manpower for it. Not sure you need all this for one weakling colony, but it's your choice. Prodromos won't know what hit it. What? They're attacking Prodromos? Our first outpost? They'll be dead before they can lift a finger. I envy the loot you'll score from that one. Let me know when you get back from Eos. That does not sound good.
Supplies. They're going to attack Eos. Sam, how do we stop them?
I can trace the message to its source. It may lead you to the attacker's camp.
Okay, that potentially could be a lot more significant than I expected it to be. Drac, you really gotta not do that when I'm standing right next to you and when there are no enemies next to us as well. We also did just level up. Which, at least for us... Oh, did we have a combat ability that we were working toward? We have just enough points to do the full level here. Let's see. Low health damage resistance when we're at 30% health or below, and as we were talking about not that long ago, the question here is, I imagine if you are, it only happens if you're 30% or below, or actually 29% or below, I guess. And so that means that if you're at 30% or higher and you get hit by a big attack that can remove all of your health in one hit, then this just never takes effect. Which is one of the reasons why I have generally not been a big fan of similar skills like this. Even though that number is humongous. I think 100 damage resistance I saw somewhere, or read somewhere, or it mentioned somewhere. 100 damage resistance cuts damage in half. Not sure if 200, I think it has diminishing return, so 200 might be... It's not as if that means 200 completely ignores all damage at that point. That would be busted. But it might be like 2/3. I'd have to double check what the actual equation is, but something like that. So it is a huge amount of damage resistance, don't get me wrong. But the problem is it ever going to be active, or are you just going to die before this ever becomes a thing? Because I think it might be the latter. Otherwise, improves damage resistance and reduces shield regeneration delay when in cover. So, on one hand, when we're in cover, we're generally a little bit safer. What's up, man? Not a moment goes by without a Mass Effect stream. Exactly. I mean, that's the way it should be, right? But yeah, so for this one, I mean, when we're in cover, we're generally a little bit safer, of course, because we presumably have some cover that is protecting us. At least in the original trilogy, and I assume it's the case in Andromeda as well, you actually do have an inherent damage resistance that you get from being in cover even without an ability like this. So this would increase that damage resistance that we have, and then also reduce the shield regen delay reduction, which is actually a really big deal. In fact, I think that is probably much more significant than the damage resistance, because if you're in cover, not only are you taking less damage, you might just not be getting hit altogether, because you might be blocked. But I think the regen delay reduction is big, because basically what that allows us to do is we run in, we cloak, we flamer to deal damage to people. Cloak will expire fairly quick after 2 seconds, but we like to try to still get decent value on the flamer, so we tend to hold it for most, if not the entirety of the duration. But we're probably going to hit in the process, and then after doing so, we have to run away and take cover or cloak and wait until we get our shields back. We do not have the upgrade that gives us the shield restoration while we are cloaking, so we do need to just hide momentarily, oftentimes, at least in difficult encounters, wait for us to get the shields back, and then we re-cloak and go back into flame. So with this, and it's during that period of time when we are running and hiding in cover, waiting for the shields to start regenerating, that we are most vulnerable. So by reducing the amount of time that we are in that vulnerable state, we should be making ourselves much better defensively. So I think this is probably the right solution. I just don't think this is practical. At least not on higher difficulties. On lower difficulties where you're getting hit by in smaller increments, then it's more likely for that to activate before you actually just straight up die. Okay, and then Vetra has spent all of her points. She will never spend another point. Drac has spent all the points that he can spend. Okay, so that's not a huge deal then. Right, but the whole, they're gonna attack Prodromos thing, I did not see that coming. And that is seemingly a pretty huge deal. That reminds me of... everyone wants to attack Prodromos. Drac, what did I just say to you moments ago?
This is where the nav point led us? A terminal?
Ryder, you've also already said this. It seems like we've got everything in this location. Do we still have the Nomad over here, or did we leave it back there? Yeah, let's pick this back up. But yeah, it's like the Rokar attacking Prodromos. Very similar. Assume there are probably more enemigos. Slash things for us to interact with. My controller was vibrating. Defeat Johan and his gang of exiles is now down there. Oh, and this technically was not even the thing that we had active as our quest. Okay, fair enough. Okay, but also just like I was saying, quick question: who is Johan? Oh, also we technically didn't check up here. Should probably do that real quick. Oh, hello. Is that Johan? We were here seconds ago. How did you just spawn behind us? Also, you freaking grenaded the one place that I wanted to go.
This is where the nav point led
Also, I
us?
didn't mean to do that.
Terminal?
This is what I wanted to do. Just verify if there's anything up here, and granted, the answer appears to be no, but now we can say that more definitively. That is not the Nomad. Okay. So, Johan's down there. Is there anything else? Like, we should probably go up here and see if there's anything in this building, assuming that we can enter it. Don't mind us. Don't mind us. We're just minding our own business over here. Apparently there... oh! There is a person in here. Hello? Kestrian? Excuse me, guys. I'd like to gather some more intel and perhaps try to gauge as to whether this person is an enemy like all the other people that we've seen in this area, and might also be involved in the whole attacking Eos thing? Or do we trust this guy? Okay, well, perhaps reading his diary might help. New entry. House near the slums was cleared out again. I'll check it out tonight. Gotta be something useful around. I've only got 34 protein rations left. Yeah, I mean, that's... unless he's trying to steal. And even then, in the grand scheme of things, relative to some of the other things that we've heard about around here, not the worst. So, it doesn't really help us figure out
No gun,
much
no
about
credits. I'm not looking for trouble. Wait,
Oh?
You don't look like one of them. You're not here to kill me, are you?
Should I be? I mean, I guess. Doesn't seem like this guy is a bandit like all the others. So maybe we can be forthcoming with our position.
I don't want trouble either. I'm from the Nexus.
I figured, but you can never be too careful. Outcast, collective, they'll all shoot you for the lint in your pocket.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of, like all of their stuff. So, what is your deal?
Which team are you batting for? Outcasts or Collective?
Neither. I wasn't even going to join the Nexus Rebellion until my brother convinced me. He died in the uprising. By the time I had a change of heart, it was too late. Now I try to keep my head down and not take sides. Best way to stay alive, in my opinion.
I mean,
of course, with the charlatan missing, there's not much of a side to take anymore.
I mean, we did spare him, but I guess he kind of ran away?
Just how dangerous is the water anyway?
Ah, we fixed it. Don't worry about it.
Very, unless it's purified. The Angara have a filtration system that takes out the lethal stuff. Still tastes like a Krogan's undersuit. Smells, too.
Oh.
Appetizing.
That's Kadara for you. What doesn't kill you, makes you wish it did.
Now, we may have purified the water through the vault, but I don't know if that fixed the smell or not. Didn't hear about that detail at the time.
You get a lot of Ked out here?
Not really.
Not many.
Yeah.
Sloan thought of that when we first arrived. I've heard rumblings, though. People going missing, tech breaking down. Makes me wonder if she really got all of them.
Okay.
Stay safe out here.
Yeah, safe.
Okay, so I have to imagine that we are going to be coming back here to speak to this guy on a later occasion, because at the moment, I mean, sure, it's kind of interesting how he's one dude who's not taking sides, who happens to be right in the middle of the conflict. Didn't exactly pick a good place to settle down, but surely there's going to be more to it than that at some point. But apparently not yet. Let me scout out a bit from here. Let's see. So Johan is in the opposite direction, but I just want to see if there's any reason at all. I mean, we probably should just drive around here to double check if there's any thing of note. Oh, you're also one of the things that's causing a racket. And theoretically, Johan might be over here. So that certainly looks like a group of outcasts of some variety. Is that his group? It's in the same general area, so I would assume so, yeah. Alright, I did not mean to do that. I also really thought that we were about to do another unintentional nomad melee right there. I do see a mineral there. I know I'm tempted to go get it, but I will wait. Is there another guy? This is another instance of being in a cave system down below. I mean, we have not found the entrance to such a system at this point. So that theory remains unproven.
We got company.
Okay, so I'm assuming this has to be Johan's group, right? It's right where the marker is. Can we save? We can. Alright, sure, we'll do it. I'm surprised. Definitely aren't now. Definitely aren't going to be able to now.
Here they come!
Alright, so I had... Oh! What the heck? How did you... Did you sneak up on me? Oh, that is not Drac. That is also a Krogan who's messing with Drac, but he is not Drac. Yeah, I imagine this is going to be a pretty large group here. That was not necessary. Oh, that's also less than ideal. Hey, guys. How's it going? You're also already dead. Please don't do that. I would appreciate it if you didn't do that. Never mind, you're already dead. Also, that's also a grenade.
All right, let's find Remy.
It's one of those people, Johan? I wasn't paying close enough attention to see, I guess. But also, how's that for? That was what, 1/7-ish? Their experience that we've gotten from most random encounters, if not 1/14th, in the case of ones that gave us 2 rounds of experience. Whereas this one was, you know, greater plot significance, and at least in some cases, maybe about the same number of enemies. It's just odd, the inconsistencies there, sometimes. Okay, so we are looking for somebody. Find Remy. So yeah, I don't exactly remember. The person who was not very good at his job or whatever he was doing, and Kedarchitect accidentally banished someone out here and he wasn't supposed to do, or actually shouldn't do that because he got the wrong person or something like that. And that's who this Remy person is. Hello? Oh. Hey, that doesn't look good. Console. Okay. Very generic description. Dead people, though. What about the dead people?
Organs are missing.
Oh, no. Really? Really? Why you gotta be like that? Oh, no.
Help me.
Oh, that's Remy. Hey, quick question. Do you have all of your vital organs, or do we need to immediately get you some kind of transplant here?
Are you all right?
They were going to eat me.
Oh, they're cannibals.
I know.
They brought a group of us here from the slums, said we'd be safe. I'm the only one left.
We're here to help you?
You're safe now. It's over.
No, it's not. I'm still stuck in the Badlands, even though I paid my protection fee.
I know. The outcast who wrongly kicked you out of Kedarchitect, he sent me.
Are they going to let me back in?
At the very least. Grayson, I found Remy. We need a pickup.
Thank God. I'll send a shuttle right away.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. It seems as though we have saved her, and I guess they weren't harvesting the organs as much as they were just eating them. Don't worry, they were just eating them.
I thought I was going to die here.
Yeah, so, naturally we'll just walk all over their corpses. Yeah, they got the blood out here as well. Lovely. Just lovely. Can we make it up? Oh, there! I'd like to. If possible. I'd like to see if there's anything up there that we might be able to collect. Perhaps that was the easiest way to do it, though. To at least check. I mean, there is the building we were in before? No, that's the building we were in before. We've not been there yet. I guess there's not really anything up here. All right, let's hop back on the Nomad. Are there any remains that we did not get from the actual enemies? Nah. Or if so, we'll live without them. Alright, so let's just double check. Oh, right! Right, there's this. There is still this, which was technically the thing that we had actually activated when we were heading over here. Weapons cache. Okay. So also, those people were supposedly trying to attack Prodromos? So by taking them out there, is that now not going to happen, or is that still something that we need to be wary of and need to do other things to make sure we actually prevent from happening? Is that I don't know. Oh. Yeah, that's it. That do be it. And not so surprisingly, do not appear to be alone.
Pathfinder, we're approaching the alcohol camp indicated in the terminal. I detect explosive materials.
Do you now? Do you now? There's only one way to deal with that. I would love if we did not have our cloak expiring at this very instant. In fact, one moment. One moment, please! I want my cloak back. I want my cloak back. Hello, pals. I'm sorry, what explosives? I think we've taken care of the explosives. But they may also have 2 Hydras. I can't say if we've ever fought 2 simultaneously before. It's actually somewhat convenient, though, when they line up like this, because we might be able to flamer them both simultaneously. And obviously we have high ground. It's over, Anakin. That's a little more like it. Excuse me. Rude. Oh, that didn't work. Or maybe it did? Not sure if we got the dramatic kill I was looking for or not. Looks like outlaws, he says, as we're fighting the final enemy. But Lids, it was the penultimate enemy. Okay, fair. Okay, technically it was the 3rd to last.
That'll show.
Alright, once again, tiny experience. But mission accomplished. Now, perhaps we check. See what else there is around here. Eh? What the heck? What the heck is this all about? I don't really know. Okay, I mean, it exists. So does that uranium. There theoretically is still an enemy here, but I imagine, yeah, it's probably that guy. Okay. Anything else of actual significance? This is the place where we blew up all the packages. So we had one other mission before that was like this, where it had some kind of shuttle that came in with a bunch of explosives, and we did just that. A little more quickly and smoothly, where we just cloaked and immediately flamed and blew everything up, and it was amazing. This one, still nice, but I really would have liked to have gotten in on that first cloak, and then it would have felt even better.
We're checking out that camp, right?
Could you specify which camp you're referring to, Petra, please? Because if you are indicating the one that we were just looking at, then the answer may be no. The answer may be that I think we've gotten more or less everything that there is to get there. Besides perhaps that additional uranium that we will now run over. But if there is an additional... What is this doing here? I mean, we'll take it. I don't know why a random outlaw camp has a remnant intel device, but sure. I guess. So I'm expecting to probably run into some invisible walls here pretty soon. Don't really think there's anything up here. Yeah, because this is what we were wondering before. There's this huge area up to the north that we've not yet explored at all. So is it just walled off by big mountains / invisible walls, or can we actually go there and it turns out that there's twice as much space on Kadara than we might have initially anticipated? possibly? Yep, there it is. Oop, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so invisible wall over here. Have we... This was the place where we had those surprise missions, or was it this? With the mind control people? It's like, is there still potentially more here and or here? Or have we truly reached the limits? Yeah, obviously there are some hidden caches, but we may now be looking at having finished basically everything on Kadara at this point. Do we might want to check back in with the guy who we just finished the quest for, where we rescued that woman who was about to get eaten by cannibals. So, I mean, it seemed like we got all the stuff of significance, or at least all the experience, from just rescuing her at the time, but it's not always clear when there is more that we can get, / learn, / confirm when we actually go back to the quest giver. Because sometimes you actually do need to do that to finish the quest. Doesn't seem like that was the case this time, though. And he's right out here, so might as well, right? It was... this dude.
Remy made it back safe. I promised to take care of her protection fees for the next few months.
Oh, okay. So you... Is this Drac who keeps bumping? Drac, chill, dude. So basically, she was supposed to pay protection fees to be allowed to stay here. Otherwise, Sloan was gonna kick her out and feed her to the bandits in more ways than one. But you messed up, because she had actually paid her protection fee. You assumed that she hadn't, so you kicked her out, when you shouldn't have done that. Now, we rescued her from the cannibals, bring her back, and you say that you're going to pay her protection fees for a little while to make up for it. So, I don't think that's good enough, because this can't happen again.
Next time, double check before you kick someone out of their home.
I will. Don't worry.
Drac, chill,
Thanks
dude.
for finding her. I owe you.
Okay, I mean, there are ways you could not owe us anymore. You know, like perhaps giving us additional credits or experience or items or really any of those types of things.
Let's go.
Alright. Is there anything new here? Doesn't seem like it. So, in that case, as I was just saying, I think we've basically done just about everything that we were looking to do on Kadara. There's a chance there's very remote corners that we've not yet been to, but by and large, I think we've done basically everything. In fact, if we were to go here, does anything pop up? Where is Drawler? Because I did not notice any additional things there. I mean, not to say that we absolutely need to do 100% of Kadara right now, because as we have done in many cases for other planets, we've tried to leave at least a very small number of things, so that we at least have some reason to come back here on a future occasion in case there is, yeah, just give us the option to mix things up a little bit. If we feel like we're getting tired of staying in one place for too long. So that is to say that I think maybe we head back to the Tempest now, rather than rush back out there, track down that one last person. And obviously we've done almost everything that we know of at the moment. There is still a non-zero chance that we get additional things happening on Kadara in the future for quests that we don't yet know about. That is also something that may end up happening for Kadara and any other planet for that matter. Okay. So we're back.
Vetra was looking for you.
Oh, right. We had someone tell us that last time as well. But we didn't actually make a point of speaking to Vetra, so we should probably do that. No new emails.
AVP outstanding, Pathfinder.
We did get enough stuffs for more AVP at this point. I mean, we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel. So I don't know. I don't even know what's left at this point. More mining nodes? Really don't need that. Reduces the amount of time to get research points? Probably don't really need that either. Reduce the amount of time required to gather minerals? Also, probably unnecessary. More credits from Apex missions. Honestly, this might be what we go for, because it is possibly the only thing that is even remotely relevant at this point. Credit investments. This would be more credit investments. Increases the amount of raw materials and consumables that can be purchased from traders. Okay, consumables. We actually do like to purchase consumables from traders. That is one of the few things that we make a concerted effort to do whenever the shields are available. So, alright. There is something to be said for doing that. There is a legitimate case to be made for getting some value out of that. Kind of doubt we have anything that's ready here. Nope. Okay. Vetra. Is probably downstairs. She's this side, right? Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Never mind. Other side of the ship. Right side is Liam. Left side is Vetra.
Vetra, look. I really want to help. But what you're asking is...
Difficult? I've seen you do things twice as complicated.
You need a rated Ket base? I'll put together a crew in a heartbeat. But this is just... beyond me.
Just do it, or I'll find someone who will.
Like us.
You realize that even if I do find it, it's gonna cost you.
And you know I'm always true to my word, so just get it done. I'm hearing the Ket activity's down. I bet the Archon's still nursing his wounds.
I hope so.
That means he can be beaten. The Ket can be beaten. People are waking up to that.
Didn't sound like you were discussing Ket over comms when I walked in, though.
A little bit.
I have a friend keeping a lookout for a lamp. One brought from home, but stolen in the revolt.
So, he was saying that it was totally fine assembling a team to fight Ket. But finding a lamp, now that's just too much. Isn't that wasting resources? Ouch.
I didn't think you were so sentimental.
I'm not the only one. Subi has her father's antique instruments, Cora her Asari prayer book, and Liam has the junk that Liam collects. These things are important. They remind us where we came from.
And now, to be the soul-crushing realist here. A lamp? First of all, that. Why is a lamp the thing that you are particularly sentimental about? Secondly, as I've stated on several prior occasions, when it comes to intergalactic travel at faster than light speeds, I guess technically maybe the faster than light speeds makes this suddenly more feasible, but at least in the real world, anytime you are talking about sending out things like satellites into, the far reaches of the solar system, weight is so important. Or if you're trying to, under more real world like physics, weight is so important when it comes to trying to travel at the fastest possible speeds in order to get to such great distances like a totally different galaxy. So my point being here is that you really are pinching every pound you can. You're trying to get rid of any unnecessary weight Otherwise, you're going to slow everything down, and it might just not even be possible at all to do the type of travel that you're trying to do. Which means that in this circumstance, things like instruments, sentimental lamps, and whatever other knickknacks people may have, assuming that they are, I mean, these are not just like tiny little keepsakes. It's not like the bobblehead that your mother gave you when you were 3 years old. It's like, you know, these are things that do have some weight to them. So if everyone, not like obviously one person doing that is not a huge deal, but if every single person does this, not only do you need additional storage space, which means that it's going to be heavier, creating room to store these things on whatever vehicles you're traversing the galaxy and beyond with, but also means the items themselves also carry weight. So it's just this domino effect of everything gets more difficult the more of these types of things you include. So realistically, that is the kind of thing that they just would, an actual program that is trying to do intergalactic travel would be very strict about this. Would people still manage to sneak some of these things on? Yeah, sure, probably. But small ones, not full-blown instruments, plural, and things like that. Alright, that being said, we are also romancing Vetra, so we want to try to be nice to her, so we're not going to say that to her face.
I know what you mean. I never want to forget what I left behind.
Even as we look forward to the future. Yes.
So what's so special about this lamp?
That
it's awful.
Is a question.
It's got a butt-naked Asari for the stand and just holding a moon.
One of your prized possessions is a really ugly lamp?
The foreman at my first job had this lamp. When he was mean, I'd focus on it so he wouldn't see me upset. Now I keep it so I remember where I started. Most of my life was doing stuff to survive, taking shit from assholes or being one. I don't have to do that anymore. I can start over. Something honest.
And both of these are terrible responses. Sarcastically laugh off the fact that she's trying to become a better person, or admonish her for not using her skills, which involve crime in many cases. Yeah, so I don't really want to say either of these things to her.
Honest work? Vetra, you'd be an awful farmer.
Yeah, you don't know that. Point is, I could be anything. For a while, I didn't care that I'd lost the lamp. Everything was a mess and it just didn't matter. But we've made progress, Ryder. Small things matter again. People are daring to dream.
Oh, okay. Okay. How to offend a woman in 2 words or less. Right, it's like both of those things are going to make her really mad at us, right? Like, I don't want to say either of these things to her. But now we're going to romance her, so, like... apparently it was fine. Don't worry about it.
I think my dream is finding someone special to explore the galaxy with.
Oh.
Now we're going to schmooze.
And have you found that person?
I'm pretty sure I have. You'll love her. She's tall, great with guns, and getting people to do what she wants.
Alright, we're winning her over. We're also coming very close to making her never want to speak to us again. But when we're not doing that, we're winning her over. Okay. So, where does that leave us? We might have wanted to speak to her one more time, because obviously that was a specific conversation, which I assume was happening because it was soon after we did her loyalty mission. In fact, that is also the case for several people, so I'm half expecting you to tell me, oh, who else would it be? Cora wants to speak with you. We might have already had a specific post-loyalty mission dialogue with Cora already, but yeah. Okay, so at this point, at this point, the question is where to next, of course. We were doing a lot of things to progress what is technically not yet, but we assume will soon be, Drax's loyalty mission. But it is now taking us back to the Nexus, right? Search for a scrambler in Spender's room. Searching an exile hideout on Kadar revealed that Spender is working with an exile named Aroan. Evidence in the hideout suggests that Spender is hiding something important in his quarters on the Nexus. So, I'm sure have a bazillion things to do on the Nexus, including, technically, the main quest as well. So for that reason, I'm kind of trying to do any and everything we can before doing that, and then that way we can just knock out all the stuff on the Nexus in one fell swoop. So for that reason, I'm also thinking we may not immediately do that just yet. The other loyalty mission that is not yet a loyalty mission that we were working toward was PB's. I'm surprised that this is not her loyalty mission already. Go to the Remnant Ruins on Eos. I mean, we were here not long ago, and we were thinking about, since, although the next step for the main quest is to go to the Nexus, we are expecting soon thereafter to be redirected toward Eos once again, and for that reason, maybe we just get PB's mission done during that same trip, rather than having to make multiple one-off trips to Eos. Meet Jaal's mom on Havarl. I mean, Havarl we have very thoroughly gone through, so this might be the only thing we have left on Havarl. So, I mean, we could make a brief pit stop there, I suppose. Otherwise, there isn't much left, I suppose. There isn't much left besides things on the Nexus. I think Vold we still have a reasonable amount of things. A reasonable amount of things, actually. So, although we don't have any loyalty missions that are taking us here at the moment, we do perhaps still have reason to go here. And so then that asks us the question, do we want to do absolutely everything we can do before we start going back to main quest stuff? Or are we okay with leaving a few things here or there? You know, just doing the high priority stuff, loyalty missions in particular, and whatever we happen to do along the way toward those loyalty missions. We'll make a quick pit stop at Havarl. Maybe this is probably going to be a one and done kind of thing, just one quest. We have now the spot for the Architect. Is this basically, like, I assumed that this was supposed to be a way to go back to the Architects when presumably on a future occasion there will be something that requires that we actually go and revisit the Architect locations, although the Architects actually ran off. So is this really just purely a convenience thing where it gives you a different place where you can land? So I mean, this is in the city, which actually requires that we go through a different loading screen in order to get out into the actual place with the Nomad, and we can walk out and do stuffs. Whereas this gets us straight out there, so, I mean, that's not bad for a few reasons in that case. But we'll make a quick trip to Havarl, and maybe it is just a one-off thing, but, you know, we'll make an exception for Jaal. We'll make an exception for Jaal. And I don't really know. We've already done his loyalty mission. But this mission does obviously have his name on it, and it's his mom, so it presumably is important. But how important? I don't really know. Is this truly just a family get-together here? Or is it going to have some kind of dramatic complication? Hopefully not. Hopefully it is just a wholesome quest. And if we say hello to Jaal's mom and not much else. Rokar Manifestos is... I don't think we're about to do that one, but that is technically a mission that still exists here. Presumably we need to bring Jaal. That would be really weird. That would be extremely weird if we went to meet Jaal's mother and Jaal was not there. I mean, I imagine the game would not let us do it, but that would also be hilarious if we could. And part of me wishes that we could. just to see what would happen. Okay. So yeah, the other one that we still have on Havarl is... I was surprised that we still have it, but it's basically...
LZ in sight.
Fighting enemies at random bases, bandit Brokar bases, which I would have assumed we had done just about all of, since we've been pretty thorough with our exploration on Havarl, but maybe there are some little areas that we've not yet been to. That's going to be kind of hard to determine where those are, because I think our map is basically fully explored. We also have not fought the Architect yet on Havarl, and given how few things we have left quest-wise here, then not sure we have any obvious leads on that at the moment, but one would assume it will happen at some point. Okay, so where is... Okay, I assume that we did not activate the quest, otherwise we'd have to go back to the Nexus to do so. No, not you. Cannot zoom in further. Alright, we're just gonna head over in that direction. We're just gonna head over in that direction and assume that that is the spot where we talk to Jaal's mom. Oh, do we have to take a shuttle to get there? Oh, okay. That could be a little more significant then.
Want a deal?
If it's taking us to a totally different area, then that raises my suspicions that something's gonna go down. We should also sell salvage while we're at it, I suppose. Alright, so I don't know. We're gonna see.
Jaal! Jaal!
Oh? Any red dots back of her head? Take cover!
Is that bad news?
No, no. The Pathfinder is interested in where I grew up. Ryder, this is my true mother, Sahuna Amadarao.
Hugger? Sure. Maybe. Possibly. I'm hoping that's a good idea.
I know Angar liked the hugging.
Okay. Apparently it was a good idea.
Jaal's told me how much he admires you.
Really?
He's my favorite.
Oh,
Smart,
you're not supposed to say that.
loyal, kind. A great shot. Writes poetry, sews.
Mother, please don't share embarrassing
I'm late
stories.
for a resistance meeting. Stay clear.
Your mother's in the Resistance?
Yes. And every child is her favorite.
Okay. Oh, do we have a... Are we attending this meeting?
This is Ryder.
Oh no, it's a bigger family meeting?
Look who the Karkin dragged in. Welcome back.
Family uncle.
This is where I spent most of my days growing up. Me, my sister, Guana, our cousin, Etta, and brother, Finn. Then Bavzil, Rolu.
So wonderful to
Hey,
have
Jaal.
you back.
Hey, human.
Jaal, you bring in someone special to meet us.
Wow. Cozy.
We like to live like this.
Gonna give your friends some real food?
Good to see you. And here's my room. My tiny sanctuary.
I mean... It's almost the same size as the room we just were in with 10, 20 people in it, so...
We have a saying that I like. Home is where the heart is.
I like that. Oh, no. Who put this here?
It's a bomb? What?
Schematics.
Jaal, be careful.
When I was
What is that?
my aunt stole a Ket weapon for me. So I took it apart to learn.
And that was a Karkin.
Pet Karkin. Alfit. He died. So I also took him apart.
Yeah, that's not
cool. To learn?
Why not?
This is pretty grim.
I never show people these things, but I feel like we're family.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting for one of these to have the little heart icon on it, because I could totally see how this could start going in that direction.
It's been good getting to know you.
Hey, there's one more thing you might like. Sit there.
Been interesting so far.
That is very bright. Wow. Ow.
Nice. You made that?
Long ago. It's not accurate. More of a dream, really. Just one more thing I want to take apart and figure out.
Me too, Jal. Me too.
All right. Well, we've met Jal's family. It seems like it was that straightforward, and just a nice, wholesome mission. Nothing wrong about that. All right, we'll take it. And at this point, outside of, as I was saying, the whole, well, technically there are Rokar areas that we need to track down in order to be able to finish that mission. Like, we'll figure that out at some point. We'll figure that out at some point, but I don't think that time is now. I think perhaps we just leave it as simple as that. A quick, wholesome trip to meet Jal's family. Yeah, I do wonder if maybe if you've already gotten, if you are in a relationship with Jal and you've done a reasonable amount of things to progress that relationship to the point where it's relatively serious, or you've, quote unquote, locked in Jal. I wonder if, there's more romantic things you could do there, because they'd really started to feel like he was about to put the moves on us.
Leaving Avarl. Bridge is yours, Pathfinder.
Okay, so now that mission done,
Pathfinder, you have new email.
Was wondering if we would have a new email. From Vetra. Don't worry, Sid didn't do something reckless this time, as far as I know. Just found something cool on Kadara. Why does this always happen? Immediately after we thoroughly explore a planet. We leave? Check our email? Oh, hey, Lids. Guess what? You know that time when you just went and explored absolutely everything on that planet? Yeah, well, turns out there's this one thing that you didn't quite know about just yet, because we're going to wait until just after you do that to let you know about this new quest. Just found something cool in Kadara. Want to meet me there? I'll send a nav point as an attachment. Alright. Well, happened with PB on Eos. Happens with Vetra on Kadara. I suppose it's only fair at that point. But as I was saying, I mean, that's why we can think that we've checked everything off the list on a planet, and even in this case, I don't think that we had. But there's still a pretty solid chance that we're going to get other new things popping up there sometime in the future. It was more Jal that I was expecting to get an email from after doing his, meeting his family. Ryder, thank you for visiting my family with me. For someone with such a small family, it must have been overwhelming, but you didn't show it at all. I mean, how many people were in that? There was a lot of people there. He's not wrong. There were a lot of people there. But also, if every single person in his family has a room that was as large as Jal's individual room was, and they have like 20-ish people in their family, then, I mean, the guy is, the family is living in a mansion. Alright, but we did that very recently, so I assume we don't have anything new here, and I didn't even check to see how far away we are timer-wise? Yeah. No, that's nowhere near. That's nowhere near. So, in that case, once again, that means it is a matter of determining what the next thing on our agenda is. And a lot of signs are pointing us back toward the Nexus, but as I said before, trying to basically line up all of our quests that need to be turned in and what have you, such that we can go to the Nexus and just get that all done in one swoop. And then we finish that Nexus trip by doing the main quest mission, which we think is going to send us to Eos, which is when we can do both that quest and the one that we were just talking about, where PB is looking for us to go there as well. That's also on Vol. Yeah, so I think the big question here is mostly... Yeah, that's also Vold. The question is basically, is it worth taking a trip to Vold before we go to the Nexus? Because although we've done most people's loyalty missions, and this is technically not a loyalty mission on Vold, but we just have a fair bit of other stuff, other quests, some of which seem like they are more important than just the generic, minor, go here, scan this, kill this one group of enemies, and be done with it type of situations. Like, one of them might even be the equivalent of a loyalty mission for Addison? Which, I don't know if we want her loyalty. I mean, yes, it would probably be helpful if, in fact, there is a way to win her over, then doing so would be useful, but then again, there's no way. That's just not possible. I cannot be convinced that that is actually something that you can do.